Right, I'm calling everyone to order. It is 7 o'clock and this council meeting is starting. We're
Recording in progress.
I am calling this gallery to order. There have been 200 people here at other times. There is a capacity issue in this chamber, and I will begin the meeting now.
Why no speaker?
There is. Right, we're not.
You didn't plan a bigger venue when you knew there were going to be hundreds and hundreds of people.
Well, nobody knew there. You want to be here tomorrow. Let people speak. I'd like to welcome all of the councillors who are here in attendance tonight, those who are joining us on the webcast, and those members of the public who have joined us in the gallery to give the acknowledgement of country. Councillor Welsh, if you would stay quiet. This is a message to members of this gallery. First of all, there are a number of people in contravention of the Code of Meeting Practice. You cannot record in this chamber. What I will say is that there are very large numbers of people here who have registered to speak. There is rightly a lot of passionate and differing opinions on the matters that are before council tonight. Under council's Code of Meeting Practice, currently, we could confine this to 2 speakers for and 2 against. However, this council, as opposed to those who came before us, are committed to public participation. And we will, as is our practice, suspend that provision to allow those who have registered to speak to do so. Every councillor at this table, I'm very proud to say, has shown their capacity to participate under the Code of Meeting Practice and demonstrate respect and courtesy, even when they hold diametrically opposed views. And part of that is that they listen to each other without interruption. The Code of Meeting Practice and the Code of Conduct, both of which are documents required under the Local Government Act, applies to every single person in this chamber and those attending remotely. So whether you are here to speak or whether you are here to observe. The code provides for 3 minutes limit for each speaker who has registered, and I will be strictly enforcing that timing and the provisions of the Code of Meeting Practice tonight. There are more. This is not the forum. You cannot. Submissions are made here are to inform the decision makers. Finally, acts of disorder will not be tolerated, and that includes insults, unfavourable personal remarks, imputing improper motives, defamatory statements, alleging a breach of the Code of Conduct, or saying or doing anything that is inconsistent with maintaining order. Now, I think that we all know that the last census data shows that our local government area is amongst the most educated in the country. And we are more than capable, and I'm calling you to order. We are more than capable of engaging in a policy debate with courtesy and with respect. And so I need all of you, because I will be engaging on acts of disorder, to listen with respect and to allow those who have registered to speak and councillors to speak. There is no need for the sorts of crying out that you are conducting now, and if it continues, I will be calling those responsible to order in the gallery. So now I have a call once again, because this is a formal council meeting and there are provisions here that we all abide by and respect. And that's the basis of democracy, because it allows all of us who may have differing views to engage. First of all, Councillor Welsh, I call on you to do the acknowledgement of country.
Thank you, Mayor. The Camaragal were a clan of the Eora tribe of Indigenous Australians who were united by a common language, strong ties of kinship, and survived as skilled hunter, fisher, gatherers in family groups or clans that inhabited the lower North Shore of Sydney. On behalf of all those here tonight, I would like to acknowledge the Camaragal people of the Eora Nation and pay respect to their elders past and present.
Thank you, Councillor Welsh. Are there any apologies or applications for leave of absence? Nil, because everyone is here tonight. Disclosures of interest. Are there any disclosures of interest for items on the agenda? Councillor Berrigy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to disclose an interest in item.
Can't hear you.
Speak up. What I will say to all councillors tonight is you may have to raise your voices to be heard, even with the microphone. Do so, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I will disclose a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in 11.2 notice of motion North Sydney Park Run, as I have participated and volunteered for Park Run in the past.
Any other declarations of interest? No, thank you. This meeting is being recorded and made publicly available on Council's website. Those present should refrain from making any defamatory statements. By attending the meeting, you are giving consent to your image and voice being webcast. Councillors, council staff and members of the public must ensure that mobile phones are turned to silent during meetings of the council, and councillors who need to use their phone to text, talk or engage in social media activity must leave the chamber to do so. That brings us to confirmation of minutes. Is there a mover? Councillor Santa, is there a seconder? Councillor Welsh. Any discussion? All those in favour? Those against? That is carried unanimously. That brings us to the matters of items brought forward and the opening of the public forum. Councillor Berrigy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we open the public forum for speakers to address the council for the following items. 10.1, informing strategies planning for our next 10 years. 10.2, asset management strategy and asset management plans. 10.3, proposed special rate variation for long-term financial sustainability. 11.1, notice of motion, contamination of Long Bay Camaragal. 11.3, notice of motion, preventing net loss of housing units in development projects. And 11.5, notice of motion, special rate variation. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Welsh. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. So that then brings us to the first of the brought forward items and the first registered speakers. That is item 10.1. The first registered speaker is Michael Bracker. If you would please come forward. Councillor Berrigy, could you turn off? No, you stand. Sorry. And if you give you, thank you, Mr. Bracker. If you give your name.
Michael Bracker, resident of Kirribilli.
Thank you, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak in a personal capacity. Council is facing a self-inflicted financial crisis and a community trust and confidence crisis. Councillors, your community has been clear. 56% of respondents preferred option 1, financial repair. A massive 80% of respondents rejected options 2A, 2B and 3. And importantly, 78% of respondents said no to paying more for informing strategies at this time. Councillors, your community does recognise the need for a rate increase and your community expects immediate commencement of financial repair, but your community does not want you to embark on the ambitious informing strategies until the finances are stabilised. This is a $157 million decision. The proposed informing strategy decision is more significant and financially material to the future of North Sydney than the North Sydney pool decision. We can ill afford another pool fiasco. Council does not have community support for the informing strategies. Council has not prioritised financial repair and sustainability in the informing strategies. Council does not have the required detail to make an informed $157 million decision. Council must be transparent with community on how much you have spent on informing strategy so far, and Council's North Sydney Pool operating plan is underwhelming. It is unacceptable to plan the North Sydney Pool to operate at a loss. It cannot be a financial anchor. Councillors, I have 4 recommendations for you. Delay consideration of the Informing Strategies program and immediately set transparent financial milestones that must be met before embarking on reconsideration. Do the Informing Strategies detailed work before consideration, governance, legal, financial, project planning, reporting, to make sure you're making an informed $157 million decision. Appoint an independent financial advisory board made up of subject matter experts to assist you in navigating through the financial swamplands you're currently facing. And appoint a North Sydney Pool Advisory Board to oversee the operations of the North Sydney Pool. Be ambitious. It is not just a pool, it is a great Australian and international icon. Councillors, hard decisions need to be made. Delay adoption of the Informing Strategies at this time. Get our council financials in order. Complete, open and operate the pool ambitiously. Seek help. Your community will applaud you for this disciplined approach.
Thank you. Are there any? Thank you. Call the gallery to order. Are there any questions of Mr. Bracker from councillors? No. Thank you for your participation. The next registered speaker is Michael Parker. If you would please come forward. Thank you. Give your name.
Michael Parker. I'm owner with my wife of unit in 22 Doris Street. Michael Parker, owner with my wife of a unit in 22 Doris Street. I'm very concerned with the proposed budget for these strategies. The outcome of the 8 informing strategies include effective accountability and a sustainable council that serves the community and a thriving and resilient local economy. Increasing rates is not the way to encourage a thriving local economy. In fact, it directly threatens the local economy if businesses close down due to excessive rates. I can't believe, with such a small council area and all these new office blocks, that there is a need to increase the rates at all. But then I looked at the strategy document and saw so much gold plating, it's unbelievable. Strategy direction objective, Direction 3 objective, increase the percentage of residents who are at least somewhat satisfied with recreational facilities and amenities to at least 85% by 2029, from a baseline of 2023 of 84%. That's just moronic. 84% of residents are already satisfied, and you want to spend all this money renewing what is already very satisfactory for almost no benefit. I could go on with the waste in the strategy document, but I don't have time. There's a lot of very desirable aims in the strategy document, especially if money is no object. Unfortunately, you do not have an unlimited supply of money, and your track record on North Sydney Pool raises considerable concerns in regard to your management of projects. I've been through the document, and there are a lot that can be shelved and deferred. My recommendation is to set the budget that is realistic and just at the base rate increase this year, then workshop all the items into a priority list. Then, if you can complete the high priority items on time and within budget, come back next year and the residents may be amenable to a small increase above the base rate. This is a 10-year plan, and from my perspective, this council is not in a position to ask ratepayers for an increase this year. The 4 recommendations in the business paper should be replaced with 1 recommendation, that the council use the 8 strategy documents as a resource to prioritise projects and only to complete that can be funded within the base rate this year. Thank you very much, councillors.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Thank you very much for your. The next registered speaker is Peter Noble. If you would please come forward. You give your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Peter Noble. Can you hear me?
Sit down, sit down.
There isn't. If you would just stand, that's what you do.
Unfortunately, there's no chair.
Here you
My name is Peter Noble and I'm a resident in Milsons Point. Why am I here? Actually, I'm reminded of something that a client said to me a little while ago saying, Peter, don't trouble me with the facts because my mind is made up. So here we are speaking here today because the increase in rates is proposed without proper supporting work. This increase in rate will yield $500 million of ratepayers' money which will be given to council, and as yet there's no substantial plans for how it will be spent. Just to identify two issues, the revised option 2A for the SRV is seriously flawed because it relies on unreliable processes, lack of objective evaluations and realistic cost planning. The amended delivery program is based on unverified input data, failing to transparently define the necessary resources, just to name a few. And against that background of serious cost of living crisis, which was the focus of the platforms of the Real Independents, Labor and Greens, greater care should be taken before a proposal like this is put forward. And it should be based on solid evidence, and these informing strategies, subject to this motion, do not provide that evidence. It's also difficult to reconcile the stringent 2017 IPART submission prepared and lodged by Councillor Baker and Mayor Baker and Councillor Beregi in opposition to the then council's request to increase rates. With this current council post-election pronouncement of a sudden and surprising financial crisis, blaming everything on the pre-2021 administration, and now insist in yet another flawed business plan is inadequate, only lead to further institutional failure. These informing strategies do not support an 87% increase. These drafts were made available for public comment from November the 27th into January the 10th. This is particularly busy time for residents, and it seems a common period to place documentation in front of residents to obtain their approval. From the inadequacies of the documentation, it is clear that time for submission was far too short. You will be aware that many residents with substantial experience in these areas are putting their own submissions into IPART, which will clearly point out the folly in construction and substance of these informing strategies. For example, the Lavender Day precinct is well advanced in a submission to IPART, and the defects are becoming quite clear for the members. It might behove council to avail themselves of these submissions before they lodge a request with IPART. Can I suggest that council conduct a more thorough and comprehensive strategy and delay the increases until that has been completed? Better research and more accuracy costed strategies should be contemplated to determine the necessary rate levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any questions of the speaker? No. Thank you for your participation. Councillors, that brings us to the item. Councillor Welsh, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Santa, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I
Councillor
do.
Welsh?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. As we plan for the next decade, our informing strategies play a crucial role in shaping our community strategic plan and guiding the future of North Sydney. The strategies are about doing the right thing, doing 2 years of cleanup, and stopping ad hoc decision-making. I want to speak on the integrated transport strategy. Council commitment to supporting shared mobility solutions while effectively managing our public spaces has never been more important. The council recognizes the need for a comprehensive review of parking across our local government area, ensuring a balanced approach to on-road parking and council car parks. The integrated transport strategy outlines the council commitment for a more connected North Sydney, one where safe, active, and sustainable travel is the preferred choice. I love the new bike parking at Neutral Bay Public. Now we must create safe spaces for the kids so they can ride to school. The strategy provides a clear roadmap for achieving this goal through key strategic directions, including delivering infrastructure and programs that encourage healthy and active travel, promoting sustainable transport options, making it easier for residents to move around without relying on private vehicles, ensuring a fair allocation of road space and parking to prioritize sustainable travel and accessibility for those who need it most, and improving road safety by upgrading infrastructure and fostering a culture of responsible road use. To bring this vision to life, Council is committed to implementing key projects such as the development and delivery of a North Sydney Walking Action Plan to enhance walkability and expanding our cycling infrastructure as identified in the North Sydney Bike Plan. This approach is backed by strong community support. 82.6% of residents have expressed their agreement with our goal of becoming a more connected and sustainable LGA. With this clear mandate, let us move forward with determination, ensuring that North Sydney remains a place where active, safe, and sustainable transport options are at the heart of our future. I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
If you could put your...
Yes, okay. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You turned off.
Okay, while I acknowledge the significant effort council staff have put in, the long working hours to develop these informing strategies, I will be voting against all of them for the following reasons.
Wait, calling you to order. Allow Councillor Carr to speak. Councillor Carr.
The community engagement process that informed these strategies was flawed and cannot be relied upon to form the foundation of a strategic plan. As Councillor Spenceley highlighted at the November 25th meeting, asking the community what they would like Council to do in the coming years without providing proper context or informing them of the real dollar costs involved lacks transparency. This approach does not align with good governance and should not serve as the basis for a strategic plan. As a recently elected councillor, I'm extremely disappointed with the overall process. While the initial strategy weekend was productive, it was just the starting point. What I anticipated, but did not see, was a process that involved costings and prioritization of items. I have not been involved in this process, and as a result, I cannot sign off on these documents as they lack transparency and appropriate governance. These informing strategies will result in additional costs to council, which have been factored into the proposed rate increase. However, the process behind this rate increase, allowing council to accrue more funds and later decide how to allocate them, is not transparent and certainly does not reflect good governance. Each of these reforming strategies is lengthy and complex. Presenting them for public consultation, along with extensive document on rate rises just before Christmas and New Year, with a closing date of January 10, when many residents are still away, is disrespectful to the community. The low response...
Calling you to order, please, Councillor Carr, continue.
The low response rate clearly indicates that people are focused. I don't know why.
I'll turn mine off.
I know you're next.
Okay. The low response rate clearly indicates that people are focused on other matters. Additionally, the documents are filled with rhetorical statements, are poorly costed, and fail to clearly communicate the fact that they propose increased spending by council. This increased spending by council is to a large extent behind the proposed rate rise, not the cost of the pool, as has been suggested. While there is...
Order. Continue, Councillor Carr.
While there is valuable information within these strategies and some aspects warrant further discussion, the current documents are not ready for endorsement. Given the lack of considered discussion and a proper decision-making process, endorsing these strategies would be unethical and contrary to my commitment to transparency and good governance. I suggest that Council put these informing strategies on hold until further work is done to prioritize the various elements and appropriately assign dollar values to them. Thank you.
For order. Councillor Spenceley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for turning out tonight. I'm going to keep this really simple. We can't afford it. Council cannot afford it. This is the wish list. This is the wish list that we put together.
Sorry, Councillor Spenceley, could you please stay at your
Sure.
place?
This is the wish list that was put together at council offsites, at council's pet projects. It's come together and it is now fully budgeted. At no point when I was putting stickers on walls, when I was being asked to consider these strategies, was a cost associated with it. When you, the public, were asked to consider this, at no point was a cost or impact to you put to you. This is absolutely.
Sorry, I'm calling you to order because that's not true. So would you please withdraw, apologise and continue? I'm chairing the meeting and I would, again, I'm being very patient with your lack of order. This is. You know, this is meant to be a community who have respect for each other's opinions. And certainly your opinions in the gallery are being well understood. But there is a basic courtesy and respect for the fact that we are having a formal council meeting. Councillor Spenceley has the floor, and I have a duty under the Code of Meeting Practice to hold everyone here, including councillors and myself, to the standards of that Code of Meeting Practice. Thank you, Councillor Spenceley, if you'd resume. Again, Madam, I'm calling you to order, and if I have to again, I will rule it an act of disorder and have you expelled. Continue, Councillor. Continue, Councillor Spenceley.
At no point were these strategies considered along with an 87% increase in your rates. These strategies, which are optional, are about a 30% increase to your rates. This is not the time, councillors, to be spending money. This is the time to be repairing our budget, paying for the pool and keeping the cost of living down for our residents. Because we don't have the money, we're asking these people to put their hands in the pocket to pay for these informing strategies. But it's clear they don't want to put their hand in their pocket. They don't want increased rates. So why, when we are representatives of this community, are we not listening to the community? Why? There are fantastic strategies in here. They need to be put on hold. We need to do proper consultation with the community that says, do you want these strategies? Yes. Do you want these strategies if it results in a 30% increase to your rates? That is the proper process to follow, and it's not one we've done. This is outrageous. We are asking you to pay, and you clearly don't want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Keane, I'm calling to order. Councillor Keane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you guys all hear me okay? I'm also against these strategies. Firstly, I'm going to start with it's Jessica Keane.
I'm sorry, Councillor Keane, I'm calling you to order. You have the floor. Would you continue with the
I
debate?
just got asked, who is it?
Well, this is.
I'm
I'm again calling the gallery to order. Continue with you have the floor. Continue the debate.
Firstly, as Councillor Jessica Keane, firstly, comprehensive community engagement program. Under Have Your Say, I don't think it was comprehensive. It was a yes or no answer for these strategies. Whether you approve the strategies, that's it. There is a lot of information in these strategies and residents agreed with some aspects and not others. So for you saying yes or no to these strategies, it wasn't actually a true reflection if residents had broken up the strategies and actually been able to vote on the different aspects. As I've said before, these strategies are costly. They are due to be funded out of the special rate variation. We don't need them now. We don't need to have these plans right now when the North Sydney Council is in financial crisis. I say put them on hold. The number of residents that responded was very low, apart from open space and recreation. Again, what my colleague has mentioned, the timing was shocking over the Christmas period. Open space and recreation had an answer for no at over 50%. According to the report, the results may not accurately reflect the views of the broader population, as approximately 90% of the no responses were received from Camaray Golf Club, and affiliates voted no based on a single action in the strategy. Well, therein lies my point. One piece in the strategy they did not agree with, they voted no. It didn't give residents a right to break up the strategies and vote for the pieces that they wanted to keep and not. Council didn't provide that opportunity for breakup. Culture and creativity. The key concern raised by residents who did not support the strategy was the inappropriate prioritisation of spending and focus on initiatives perceived as exclusive or unnecessary. Economic development strategy. The no respondents were concerned about the financial mismanagement of council. These unbudgeted items that the SRV will cover, these unbudgeted items will be covered by the SRV, and we're in a cost of living crisis. Final point. Apart from the exception of the housing strategy, these strategies are not legislative plans under the integrated planning and reporting framework. These are nice to have and not necessary this year.
Thank you. Councillor Santa.
Thank you, Mayor. I welcome this proposed document for a number of reasons. I welcome this for a number of reasons, including the benefits that it will raise for the community.
I'm calling the gallery to order. If you had listened, you would have heard that it's the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Santa. You need to be... I'm calling the gallery to order again. Councillor Santa, you have the floor.
For the first time, it shows we have a council which welcomes the development of business in this local government area. It is wanting to develop strategies for council to contribute to the growth of business here, especially in areas like the formerly moribund CBD and the already bustling Kirribilli, Crow's Nest and Neutral Bay areas. And this council is at last doing so. To quote directly from the strategy paper, this is the economic development strategy I'm talking to, North Sydney.
Calling you to order again. Continue, Councillor Santa.
North Sydney Council plays an important role in shaping strategic directions that align with community aspirations and prioritising funding accordingly, while at the same time recognising that collaboration will be essential to driving meaningful outcomes. Hence, it is engaged in substantial community consultation, seeking with the community ways in which this can be achieved. Given my tourism industry background, I'm particularly delighted.
Wait until it's silent. Continue, Councillor Santa.
I'm particularly delighted with the strategic direction, with strategic direction 1 of this paper, which seeks to revitalise and grow the North Sydney CBD. Direction 3, which seeks to create vibrant villages and local centres that attract and retain visitors. And Direction 4, which seeks to promote North Sydney as a destination of choice. To this end, we're seeking cooperation from relevant federal and New South Wales government marketing bodies, in tourism's case, Tourism Australia and Destination New South Wales. And just as importantly, industry representatives such as inbound tour operators and domestic wholesalers. And this is already happening. These initiatives, now under the guidance of the planning outline contained in the document, present an exciting opportunity for us to develop new industries and business in our local government area, increasing the prosperity of our citizens and, incidentally, increasing council's revenues from new sources. This latter potential revenue outcome for council is particularly welcome, given the current discussion we're having on council's finances. Given our location, with the finest view of the finest harbour in the world, I have no doubt we'll be successful in achieving this exciting possibility if we can get going with this strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Santa. Are there any other speakers? To order. I call you to order. There is no need to abuse those with whom you don't agree. Thank you, Councillor Holding.
Yeah, and it costs at least $1,500 a year.
Yes, that's honesty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's Councillor Holding speaking. I'm just going to speak very briefly to the culture and creativity strategy. I'm very supportive of it, as were 66% of the people who were consulted on those 4 strategies. And the key word here really is strategy. It's a word that you want your council to be using when it's considering the next 10 years of its development. So I think the strategies, the informing strategies are a good idea. They're broad brushstrokes. They're going to be developed later. And I would also take issue with Councillor Spence's comment that there was no dollar prices attached during the strategy weekend that we held. Nearly every strategy had a proposed dollar price and a costing put on them. Admittedly ballpark, but you know, it gave you an idea. So the strategy covers some really great areas that I'm particularly interested in, which is heritage, cinema, music, drama, bands, schools, art, performance and festivals, and youth clubs. These are all things that our children or young people use, and then people as they retire sometimes move into these areas as well. It's about social inclusion. It's about connecting with everyone, and I fully support the strategy.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Berrigie.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion. I'd just like to,
Closer to your microphone.
Sorry.
You'll have to raise your voice.
that's okay. Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion. Particularly, I support what, as Chair of the Access and Inclusion Committee, these committee members and people with access issues have been overlooked by Council for decades. In many cases, they are unable to use the facilities of the council because they have not been designed with people with accessibility issues in mind. I will briefly speak to the open space strategy, and to suggest that we can't afford it is really just putting your head in the sand. We have a deficit. We have a deficit of open space in this local government area, and countless spaces are being taken constantly by state government for state government works. We have a line of clubs that would like to play more, but there is no more space. And what these strategies are looking at is how do we make the spaces more flexible so that they are more accessible for everyone. We need to replace turf at a greater rate now than we have before, because it is being used and used intensely, and we can't grow any more open space. To do nothing is not an option. We represent the whole of the local government area who have all contacted us. They may not be here tonight, but they support the strategies that we have put out on exhibition. So I
Call you to order. Again, allow the councillor to speak and have respect for views that may be different to your own. Councillor Berrigie.
Thank you, Mayor. Your views may be different to many others in the community. They may not be able to come up here tonight to speak because they might be looking after their children. They may be working. It is astonishing the disrespect that you have for your fellow community members. I'm happy to support the motion.
Again, I'm going to, again, I'm going to call the gallery to order. You are all under the code of meeting practice, as we all are here tonight. And that requires to be able to conduct yourself with courtesy and respect. I will continue calling you to order. You will hear people with views opposite to your own, but have the respect to listen as those around the table are listening to you. Okay, Councillor Berrigie, if you
Thank you, Mayor. One of the strategies is to provide facilities for women's sport. This is sadly lacking. The change rooms in North Sydney Oval are not at a state where we can actually host women's sport to the capacity that we need to. This feedback has been provided to council. I was at Leichhardt Oval when the stand collapsed. The Oval is in desperate need of upgrading, and it is appalling that we are trying to preserve something with sticks and sticky tape and glue. These strategies are designed for the future. This is a 10-year vision and we have consulted widely on it, and I support the motion.
Are there any other councillors who wish to speak before I give Councillor Welsh her right of reply? I'm going to speak in favour of the recommendation. There is an enormous amount of misinformation and disinformation. It's quite breathtaking. These strategies were developed after a once-in-a-generation consultation where thousands and thousands of people participated. They send between May and July of 2024, they have a clear message. The services that the council provides are highly valued. There is an absolute crisis of social isolation and a need for connection, and open space and facilities to meet the existing population, but the planned future population that we in this local government area face over the next 10 years, and in fact, in a more of crisis over the next 5. The fact is that there are 5,900 new dwellings. That's dwellings, not people, that must be accommodated here within the next, but by 2029. And no, there's a state government requirement, and we as a council have to respond. There's another 6,000 in the Crow's Nest St Leonard's precinct alone by 2036. And that's why this is about a strategic, careful approach. This is a high-level strategy. It's not the underlying plans and policies. They fall out of a strategy. This is about ensuring that the huge density we have now and that higher density still by 2036 will have had a council that has prepared for what is happening. The governance strategy, in my view, is the most important one there, because it's there to ensure that there are now guardrails and frameworks in place to make certain that this council is not only accountable and transparent, but to make certain that a future council cannot engage in the ad hoc, unbudgeted decisions that led to the financial and social impacts like the North Sydney Olympic Pool. So much of the strategies that are to be delivered are cost neutral. They can be accommodated within the ordinary operations of council. They're just about addressing the way that we do business. So whether or not it's to ensure that when the library, a program in the library has the eye to whether that it's accessible to people with physical or intellectual issues, then that's the way we approach them. But of course, there are 10 years plan there to plan for some new projects and plans. And if we, as Councillor Berricky said, if we are to do nothing and not to plan, it will be worse in the next 10 years. It will be 40 years backwards. The reality is that many of those projects and plans rely on grant funding. And in order for a local government to take advantage of grant funding, you have to have a plan, you have to have a design in order to even meet grant criteria. So if we're not doing that planning now, we are really not serving our existing population, but worse, we're not serving our future population. For those reasons, I will be supporting the recommendation. Councillor Welsh, do you wish to exercise a right of reply?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to draw the gallery's attention to some statements that were made by Liberal Councillor Keane and Liberal Councillor Carr. The OLG, which is the Office of Local Government, mandates when we do the consultation because we're preparing for our community strategic plan. It wasn't our choice. It was not our choice to do the public consultation over Christmas as if we're trying to pull the wool over your eyes. And I think Councillor Keane, Councillor
to order
and Councillor
call you to order. Councillor Welsh, you have the floor.
Okay, the 10-year strategies extend beyond a single council term, requiring each elected council to contribute to their implementation. The 4-year delivery program outlines how council will achieve this, ensuring the necessary resources are in place to meet our strategic objectives. Long-term success depends on a sustained commitment across multiple terms. I support the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. So we now move to the next brought forward item, item 10.2, the asset management strategy. There is one registered speaker. Davey McDonald, if you would please come forward. Thank you. I'll call you to order. We understand he's there. He's coming round. We are not moving on with the meeting until he speaks. Item 10.2.
Okay, fine.
Asset management.
Yeah,
And if you give your name and
sure.
where you're from.
Just bear with me. My glasses. Such expectation, everybody. My glasses aren't, I can't find them. Sorry. Okay, let's have a go at this. Regarding asset management, councillors, you have to reject this report. It's as simple as that. And the reason I say that is that the engagement with the community wasn't as fulfilling as it is claimed in the report that's been given to you. There are details in that report that are factually incorrect. And I'm sorry, I really must try and get my glasses so I can read my notes. So I should have prepared something up here. Oh, here we go. So one of the concerns I have is that, and if you accept this report, that it will be updated under the delegation to the Chief Executive Officer on a regular basis. This would be where real community engagement comes in, because any modifications or changes to that should be brought to the community in terms of what is intended to be delivered. And we needed to invoke, and it should invoke, and it doesn't invoke, a system of priority management. That is, 1, must have, 2, would be good, and 3, are desired, but we have to put those to one side. What I noted from the report was that the council is asked to adopt the asset management strategy, and that council adopts the suite of asset management plans that have been developed for each of the classes of assets that have been shown in this report. What's interesting is that when they did consult some of the members of the community, they had 262 responses. Of those, 152 responses were just general comments. On top of that, there were another 53 respondents, approximately 20% of all respondents, that wanted council to explore divestment of their assets there. At a stroke, what that shows you that 80% of the people that they engaged with did not accept the asset management policy that's been put forward to this council. And on that basis, I say it shouldn't be accepted. What was interesting was that there was a situation where it was considered that to achieve full cost recovery, there was an implication in regards to the state and the special rate variation. And that was exemplified in the report. And I say to this council, you need to go back to the community to get it revised. And these are some of the things that are wrong with it. And I'll be really quick here. It talks about in my area.
Councillor, thank you, Mr McDonald. I'm being very strict. We have 44 people who have registered to speak on the next item. So
Okay.
thank you. Are there any
In the
questions?
asset
are
management
there
list,
any?
there are so
I'm
many
calling-
errors
I'm
there.
calling you to order. Are there any questions of Mr McDonald? Thank you for your participation. Councillors,
Sorry, folks.
is there a motion? Councillor Holding,
Yeah, I just wanted to put the recommendation
is
there.
there a seconder? Councillor Antonini, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I will. Look, just because we've got a long meeting, I'll be very brief. But look, this is the sort of real belt and braces side of the council. Asset management is bus shelters, curb and gutter, road pavements, street furniture, traffic facilities, fences, marine structures, public lighting, retaining walls, sea walls, buildings operational and investment, specialised buildings, gross pollutant traps, stormwater drainage pipes and stormwater drainage pits. It's the really sexy stuff. And we have 146 million infrastructure backlog. And just recently I asked the council staff to provide a tour and a number of the councillors went on it at different days. We visited the Crow's Nest Community Centre, which is a building which is just over 40 years old, holes in the roof, every balcony leaks. The North Sydney Oval, which Councillor Berrigy mentioned earlier, it's been a cricket ground here, one of the oldest in Australia since 1867. And the build was started in 1929, before even the Harbour Bridge or the North Sydney Olympic Pool was constructed. It desperately needs essential maintenance, which is currently unfunded. Failure to do this could impact our ability to maintain our commercial agreements with some of the sporting bodies, people like the Bears, women's cricket, rugby, AFL and others. Another factor there is the heritage scoreboard, something that the council staff that run it there said there's a problem with, needs repair, and many of the teams want to use it, but it stands idle at the moment. The drain pipes leak into the base of the stands and into the changing rooms, both home and away. And technical spaces need to be provided for the teams so they can do analysis and training regimes. We also visited the maintenance depot. That's where all the trucks come out to sweep the streets and mow St Leonard's Park and all the other green spaces. The depot is not fit for purpose, holes in the roof there again, where the rangers operate from, and it's not fit for purpose as our electric fleet of vehicles come in. Stanton Library has leaks in the children's library, which we've discussed here before in quite some depth. And then you've got McMahon's Point Community Centre, which is a fantastic place, but badly needs upgrades. Also Neutral Bay Community Centre. These are just a few of the items that the asset management plan will capture, and I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Yep. Thank you, Councillor Keane.
This isn't new, Councillor Holding. These assets have been like this for years. Why now, when we're in a financial crisis, are we passing this on to our ratepayers? That's not fair. Biggest thing and component that's been taken into consideration for these assets is the reclassification. In history, council only used category 5. Now we're taking into consideration category 4, which is poor. Unfortunately, North Sydney Council is not in a position to take in this category 4 at this point in time. A year's time, 2 years' time, absolutely, but not now. The council is in financial crisis. Wait till next year. Sell assets. There are assets that can be sold. If we use the previous methodology, it would be 47.7 million, not 146 million. Again, not now. Change the classification back to previous and save the money for our ratepayers.
Are there any other speakers? I'll put the, you wish to have your right of reply?
Ask a question,
If you start-
Councillor King. If not now, when?
We can afford it. When we can afford it.
We can afford it. And as I said, it can be,
I'm calling the gallery to order. Councillor Keane has the floor.
as I said, it's not now. It can be a year's time, 2 years' time. We can do that modelling, but not now.
You saw the condition.
Sorry, Councillor Holding, I'll bring you to order. Thank you. If there are no further speakers, I'll put the item. All those in favour? Those against? And that is carried.
Against, so we can actually write that down and have it.
Well, yes.
Be organised against.
Yeah, of course, there are minutes of the meetings, but those against were councillors Keane, councillor Carr and councillor Spenceley. That is carried. That now brings us to the next brought forward item, item 10.3, this proposed special rate variation. I will start with the first person to speak is Justin Curry. If you would please come forward.
Yeah, well.
While we wait for Mr. Curry, I will just remind you that you are not to film in this chamber. The reality is that it is being webcast and the video of the webcast will be available on the net. So I remind you.
Air conditioning?
The
Public place or not?
The air conditioning is on. I'm sorry. There is no motion. We are having the public forum and we're hearing from the community. Thank you, Mr. Curry. Give your name.
My name is Justin Curry.
Keep it on.
My name is Justin Curry. I've been a resident in North Sydney for many years. I've never attended a council meeting. I have no political agenda except to express my concern and horror at an 87% rate rise, which in practical terms means my house security, I'll be paying $300 a week rates for no extra benefit. That's an unfair impost on me. My neighbour, house is the same size. She's an 82-year-old woman. She will also pay $300 a week. In a cost of living crisis, where the Albanese government has asked everyone to control inflation, and we are sitting here saying, let's have an 87% increase for no benefit. I think there needs to be transparency. I do not understand how this situation happened. I do not understand which council officers were carriage of this model of a process have been held to account, not for blame, but so we know that in the future, that when we are talking about the repair and maintenance and asset management that I just heard about, that will happen promptly, inside budget, and we're not going to be back here in 5 years' time having another 87% pay rise. The ratepayers deserve transparency in the process. That's all I ask for. We do not know how we got here, and we do not understand why now and why so much. You have people who are asset rich and cash poor, and you are asking elderly women in North Sydney Council who are on paper very wealthy, but who are living on principal set pensions, teachers' pensions, and you're asking them to pay, like my mother, $200 a week rates. It's outrageous.
I'm calling you to order. The next registered speaker is Meredith Trevelyan-Jones. If Meredith Trevelyan-Jones could please come forward.
After that, so there's a lot of waiting. I'm waiting, ready.
Thank you, councillors. Can you hear me? Some of you, good. My name's Meredith Trevelyan-Jones. I'm a resident of Cremorne. I've had many years as a project manager on major construction projects. I'm often asked, how come the pool costs so much? I say it's just like the TV series Grand Designs, where the project is an oversized wish list that hasn't been costed properly. The owners decide to run the project themselves without a professional. It's a difficult site and they don't get an engineer to assess the ground conditions, and they start building without finishing the plans. In a democracy, it's us, the voters, who pay for the mistakes of our elected representatives. We could put our heads in the sand and stop maintaining our roads, our buildings, our stormwater drains, and let them fall apart. We could kick the can down the road and borrow a whole lot and put more of the burden on the younger generation. We could hold a fire sale of council assets. I hear there's a developer keen to buy the building which houses the Stanton Library. I hope, Madam Mayor, that you can reassure us that council is not planning to flog off Stanton Library. We could reduce funding to library services, to community centres, and cut the number of household waste pickups. I don't think any of those are acceptable, and that means raising rates. North Sydney looks like it's no longer going to be a council with some of the lowest rates in Sydney. We will join the mainstream. Even so, with the recommended rate rise, I believe I will be paying less than I would be paying if I was in the adjacent municipality of Willoughby. I do hope, however, councillors, that if you raise rates substantially tonight, you don't use it as an excuse not to confront the issue of being careful with ratepayers' money. I'll give you a couple of very small examples. In Richmond Avenue in Cremorne, a builder has been using the council verge for a year without paying, up until last week, any charges. Greater vigilance is needed. Page 2 of your report refers to the Neutral Bay Main Street levy. Now, $18,000 a year of this goes to the Neutral Bay Chamber of Commerce. Council has a long-held objective of creating a plaza in the place of Grosvenor Lane Car Park in Neutral Bay. Meanwhile, the President of the Chamber of Commerce is heading a campaign with slickly made videos to upset Council's vision, apparently in alignment with a local developer. I hope Council money isn't being used to campaign against council objectives. Perhaps council can cut back on annual payments to entities which have a commercial rather than community objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Next speaker is Judith White. Judith White.
Madam Mayor.
Have you ever heard of a fixed price contract?
I had a good idea.
A fixed price contract, due diligence.
Thank you.
The answer. Fixed price contract, due diligence.
Same name. Have you pursued any corporate sponsorships?
I call you to order. Ms White has the floor.
Good evening, I'm Judith White. I'm from Crow's Nest. And I just felt very passionate about coming in here tonight. I'm not going to talk numbers and balance sheets, but I do feel it is unreasonable about the rate rise of 87%. And I feel that there hasn't been a real thought of how else can we sharpen the pencil or look at something else and how we go about.
I'll call you to order.
And I love living in North Sydney Council. I was in a different council a few years ago and I do love this area. And I feel tonight there's been a lot of just words on a piece of paper, people. You know, you've had to present, you know, your special briefs and what you do. But to me, it was all just words. This is really serious. It's 87% increase. And that's going to affect a lot of people. And I just hope you can think about it. And also that whole thing, sharpen your pencil and maybe have a better look at where you can save money, not spend money on. And the one last thing that I'm a little bit not sure about is that big bike track that's going to come off the Harbour Bridge. Now, I believe the council have been granted, is this correct? Oh, I'm not allowed to ask a question.
No,
Okay.
I will just comment on that. That's a state government
So the
project.
statement is, I'm hoping that once this is resolved and whatever the outcome is, that the swimming pool gets completed and there is not another project taken on. Usually when you have, when you run your own business, you finish a project before you go into another project. You've got to have the money to do it. So thank you very much for letting me speak. And I hope that you will reconsider and have a good think and get your pencils out. Thank you.
The next speaker is Felicity Wilson, MP. Well, good evening, councillors and fellow members of the North Sydney community. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. This proposed 87% rate rise and almost doubling of the minimum rate has been resoundingly opposed by locals, and more than 2,000 people have shared their objections with me, the largest single unifying issue in my 8 years in Parliament. They've asked me to share their voices tonight because they feel that they are not being listened to. They're concerned about cost of living, fear they'll need to sell or move, that landlords will put up rent further, self-funded retirees who have no way of increasing their own income, and anger at council's mismanagement of finances, lack of consideration of other options, including spending cuts and new proposed spending, and even calls for council to be sacked or put into administration. But you're best to hear it in their own words. Hayley from Cremorne said to me, it's been hard enough as a young female to buy a home by myself in today's market. Now, along with rising costs of living, I need to worry about an 80% plus increase to my council levies. Belinda from Neutral Bay said, I'm a single mother with primary custody of 2 almost teen children with high medical needs. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment where I'm only just able to make my mortgage repayments. Council's report that locals have the capacity to pay this rate hike is completely untrue and nowhere near the pain we're experiencing. Leonid from Cremorne said, a lot of regular people are forced to cut their everyday spending on food, transportation and medical expenses to be able to pay their rent, mortgages and power bills. Council proposal is a very cruel joke to the rest of us. Lenore from North Sydney said, at 60 years of age and over 40 years of work, I'm struggling to make ends meet. If this rate rise goes ahead, I will have to sell my modest unit and relocate. Carmen from Kirribilli said, council is deceptive at best and incompetent at worst for not disclosing this parlous state of finances leading up to last year's election. They should be sacked by the state government and administrators. So the council must cut back their spending and reduce their overhead expenses. Angelique from Crowsnest said, council should not have the opportunity to ignore residents' views in the survey. Our voice feels almost redundant. Our rate fate is in the hand of just a few councillors. Maureen from Neutral Bay said, how can a surplus of 13 million in June become an unsustainable financial position in December 2024? Timothy from Carrabba Point said, I'm a renter and my rent has gone up twice in the last year. If these rate changes go through, my landlord will pass on the rate rise for me. This proposal is not just a number, it's a real burden for families, business owners and even renters in our community when the cost of living crisis have already taken such a toll. And let's not forget, residents have already been wearing a 36% rate rise over the last 5 years from council's last SRV. I urge you to find a fairer and more sustainable solution and to act in the best interest of the people that you and I were elected to represent, and to ensure their voices are not only heard, but valued in the decisions that affect their lives.
Next speaker is John Hancock. Again, I'll call the gallery to order. Next speaker is John Hancock.
The next speaker is John Hancock. If you would please come forward.
My name is John Hancock. I'm a resident of an apartment in Wollstonecraft. I am here to support the SRV. I am one of the silent majority. Before stating my reasons for support, I'll just say a couple of things about the objections that direct the blame for council's financial position and its cure on the new council. That's an analogous to patients having been diagnosed with life-threatening lung cancer, blaming the doctor. But of course, it was their own fault for a lifetime of smoking. The blame for council's current diagnosis.
Order.
Our fault, is it?
Order. Allow Mr Hancox to speak.
The blame for council's current diagnosis lies squarely not with this council, but its predecessors.
We're in it. And there's four of them. Four of them.
This council is trying to be the doctor. Now, I enjoy the minimum rate. I have done for many, many years. It's been such a bargain, but it's not sustainable, even ignoring the North Sydney Olympic pool and the requirement for the maintenance cost backlog. My notice for annual rate is in 24-25 was $1,305, $25 a week, which includes the minimum rate of $715, plus the levies, plus domestic waste charge. The rate and levies component is almost $800 or $15 a week. For that $1,305, council does a magnificent job of providing our services. The services that we see in this catalogue of services they produce to help show the community what they actually do. You should read it. The report identifies the need to restore the condition of our assets, which have been allowed to deteriorate to an unacceptable condition requiring intensification of maintenance. And the intensification of maintenance is not that bad. It's not that we need to lift it to 4 or 5. We need to intensify maintenance to bring our assets to order. Council must also complete the Olympic pool contract that is largely the legacy of the old council. The result is a $61 million external debt and 29 million of internal borrowings from reserve funds, all of which have to be funded for by interest and paid back over the long term. That's 90 million of debt. The council is cleaning up that legacy, or trying to, and of both the neglect and the past poor management that existed. All of rates must increase. The problem seems to be by how.
Excuse me, I'll call you to order. Thank you, Mr Hancox. That's the full 3 minutes and we're being recognised.
By how much?
Thank you. The next registered speaker is Jennifer Sumption. Thank you. If you speak loudly into the microphone.
My name is Jennifer Sumption. Can you hear me? Thank you for the opportunity to address council. I'm a self-funded retiree and, like most people, have been feeling significant cost of living pressures. So I'm very surprised to find myself supporting the proposed very substantial rate increases, unpalatable as they are. I've lived in Wollstonecraft for the past 33 years in a modest 2-bedroom unit, and I pay minimum rates. I've long appreciated the many amenities provided by council, especially the very generous waste collection services, the wonderful Stanton Library, and previously North Sydney Pool. But I've also been aware that North Sydney rates have long been substantially lower than similar LGAs, even though many of the services provided.
I'm calling you to order. Continue, Ms Sumption.
Particularly waste collection, are far better than in those other LGAs. A continuation of the status quo clearly isn't financially sustainable. I appreciate that as a community, we need to either pay substantially more or lose services to which we have long been accustomed. Given the pressures associated with the rapidly increasing population density around Crow's Nest St Leonard's and the state government's emphasis on ratcheting up the population density even more, in my view, losing services would severely erode the quality of life in the LGA. In my 3 decades plus as a resident of the LGA, I've experienced many iterations of North Sydney councils. I'm impressed by the quality of the current council under the leadership of the current mayor.
Order. Calling you to order.
And the current general manager. I think the detailed...
Again, I call you to order. Continue.
I think the detailed reports and presentations about the state of council's finances are transparent and thorough, and that there is an undeniable need to achieve a more financial foundation.
No, it's not. And I'm calling you to order. Thank you. No, we're not stopping the time for anyone tonight. Sorry, you continue.
We need to support ratepayers in genuine financial hardship, for example, deferred payments until the property is sold. And we need to lobby the state government for reforms so that the rate burden is more equitably shared.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Robert Stitt. Robert Stitt. Again, I'm going to remind everyone in the gallery to show some respect for those with whom you don't agree. Speak into the microphone, please.
My name is Robert Stitt, and I'm the chairman of the Lavender Bay Precinct. The members of the precinct have asked me to address council. The proposed cumulative special rate variation of 87% has caused community concern and anger, and it is opposed by them. This council does not have an electoral mandate for such a rate rise. During the recent electoral campaign, no mention at all was made of a financial crisis. The actions and public statements of the councillors created a completely false picture prior to and leading up to the election. Whether this was done deliberately or by inadvertence, the effect is the same.
Deliberately.
The ratepayers have been misled. In November 23, our mayor wrote in the 23 annual report, the council remains in a strong financial position. In November 24, the mayor wrote in the annual report, the rising costs associated with this project, the Olympic pool, have significantly affected council's financial position and will have enduring implications for the future. No explanation has been given for such a turnaround, particularly when in that period the local government election was held. In April 23, the mayor wrote, I can assure you that council's financials are sound and additional costs can be managed. In the material produced by council to justify this rate increase, there are a number of inconsistencies. Up to 2023, in defining its infrastructure assets, in order to calculate the estimated costs figures, the council used Category 5 definition. In 2024, it changed that definition to include Category 4 and 5. This changed definition added $100 million to the costs of the infrastructure assets. North Sydney Council is the only council in New South Wales to use such a definition. The obvious question is, why? In 23-24, In 23-24, council reported a 13.1 operating surplus. Additional surplus was reported in the September 24 quarter of 3.4 million. The council forecast, without a rate variation, an annual cash surplus of 6.5 million to 8.5 million in the next 10 years, totals $67 million.
Thank you.
This
And
is
that
accurate.
is your
There
3
can be
minutes.
no justification for a rate
The
rise.
next speaker is Jamie Rogers. Next speaker is Jamie Rogers. No, sorry, I'm having.
I urge this council to vote against this resolution.
Jamie Rogers, you're next.
And in conducting such a vote,
Everybody else has had 3 minutes.
and I say you should
No,
not
no.
vote.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers.
Hear me? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm here tonight as a resident and taxpayer. I live in Camaray, but I should also just be very clear, I am also running in the upcoming federal election.
Yes.
As for the Liberals. But I strongly disagree with this 87% rate rise, both as a local, but it's because I've been out speaking to our community, door knocking hundreds and hundreds of doors. I've been standing at train stations and the metro and bus stops, listening to all of you. And people have said to me, please go and speak for us because we are extremely concerned on how we will be able to pay this 87% rate rise. During a cost of living crisis, we know it is well documented that families are struggling to pay for their groceries, mortgages, rent, petrol, energy, everything is increasing. And at a time of need, North Sydney Council is choosing to add to this burden and stress by increasing our rates so dramatically. This increase will see minimum residential rates from $715 to $1,200 in 2025-26. But for businesses, the average will go from $6,000 to $13,000. They have said to me, they do not know how they can physically manage this increase when they're already struggling to make ends meet. This council hasn't factored in what this is going to do to our community financially. With cost of living hurting everyone, this rise has come at the worst time. One family I spoke to in Crow's Nest said they're constantly having to revisit their budget, cutting things out like kids' sport. Kids' sport is what they have to cut out of their family budget. They can't afford to go out and do family activities because they can't afford to. They're staying at home to save money. One pensioner said after she's paid her bills, she has no money left for things like food. Things like food, basic essentials that we should all be able to have. And she said to me, how on earth am I going to survive this? People have said to me, they assume that we're all rich in this area, but they couldn't be more wrong. I also want to make mention small businesses. I mentioned before that average increase that they're going to face. We know they're the backbone of our economy, and they have said getting cost increases from every angle, whether it's food, energy, rent, wages, insurance, and they've said they're trying as hard as possible not to pass it on to the customers, but they're having to absorb more of the financial hit. A cafe in Camaray said their overheads are already so high, they run at a loss before the doors are even open, and they are literally hanging on. One business in North Sydney said it's already been tough through COVID, and the decision to increase rates will drive businesses away from work in this area.
Thank you. That's your 3 minutes. The next registered speaker is George. The next registered speaker is George Loiterton. George Loiterton. The next registered speaker is George Loiterton. If you would please come forward. Again, I'm going to call you to order so that we can hear what the people who have registered to speak are saying.
Get Elon Musk.
Good evening, George Lauritsen, Cremorne resident. Wow, what a lot of people. This is incredible from what I've heard. Never been this many people, so hopefully that's saying something. This is the wrong proposal at the wrong time and must be put on hold. The SRB is raising too much money, putting too much money in the bank, and is increasing expenditure that 80% of the community are against. The pool budget blowout of 80 million is 80 million, yet over the 3 years of this SRB, it will raise 140 million. Be paid off in 3 years. It will go on to raise over $500 million over 10 years. This is complete overkill. Second point, despite this being called a financial crisis, the SRB will fund a raft of new strategic initiatives, as we've heard. First 3 years will cost $32 million extra spend, straight out there and there, and $146 million extra over 10 years. The cash bank balance will increase from $90 million today, or at the end of the financial year, to $300 million in 10 years' time. The biggest concern we all have to have here is what's the governance and risk around this? If we can't manage a pool, how can we manage $300 million and what will be put in place? The council meeting 24th November, I called out the lack of suitable comparables, City of Parramatta, City of Sydney. The current documentation still does not compare to the City of Sydney, which has lower rates than North Sydney Council for residents. Is it true? So we've heard a lot about cost of living, and we've all heard from how the federal election, both sides of the parties are calling for the cost of living crisis. And indeed, our local federal independent MP here in Warringah recently acknowledged this cost of living challenge. However, given this cost of living scenario, there are two interesting reports in the consultancy report. And the quotes are, overall, there is a capacity to absorb the increase in rates. This is from the consultants. Another quote, option 2A is the staff recommended option, and it's considered that ratepayers have the capacity to pay. So it's not just the capacity to pay, but it's also very clearly documented in the surveys that the willingness to pay is not there from the residents either. Only 5% of residents want this option, and 80% have said, of course, we don't want this to occur. Many of those didn't vote on either way. This is, again, the wrong proposal at the wrong time. On the 8th of March 2019, a submission was made to IPART by two councillors sitting right here, Mayor Baker and Councillor Berejiklian, rejecting the rate rise of 7% per annum over 5 years. The basis of this submission was no financial justification, flawed modelling, cost of living pressures, inadequate community consultation. Lastly, the bank balance at the time was $37 million, and that wasn't enough. So at the time they said that was too much. And here we are at $90 million. Councillors, I call on all of you to stand on your own shoulders. This is not a voting block. This is not a backroom discussion or deal. This is people.
That's your 3 minutes.
That
Thank you
want
very much.
clarity, say no.
The next person is Andrew. Andrew Antonis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. It's hot in here. Look, I'll be brief. My name's Andrew. I have I'm an owner of a commercial property and a residential property, and I'm going to get done twice. And I didn't know anything about this up until a couple of weeks ago. As the parliamentarian Felicity said, sack the council. Yes. No, listen, it's not easy to lose control of your finances, right? If you're incompetent, you'll do it. But we need them here tomorrow. I'm in business and I balance my budget, and so should you. If it's good enough for me, you should do it. However, I've got some suggestions to be really positive here. With your pool folly, sell the site for apartments, or build a pool that we can all use, the ratepayers, free of charge. It's not something for exclusivity. The other thing I'd say, someone needs to get the boot. It's either the mayor or the CEO. It's not the council. It's not the council, but someone must pay. The mafia do it. You should do it as well. Someone should fall on their sword. Someone has to lose their job over it because you've lost control of your finances. Can I suggest something? 87% for me and 100% for my commercial property is going to kill me, right? But I'll do it. I'll do it. It's called a shit sandwich, but I'm going to eat it. I know it's crude, but for me, it's really, really hard, and it's going to be hard for a lot of business owners. I'm already stung with a levy, the parking levy. I've got 2 spaces. It's $3 grand a year. I might as well take the shirt off my back and give it to you. From a business owner, it's going to cost jobs what you're doing. You've got responsibilities, do your jobs. Got to help them out. Give them a 50, whatever it is, 50% I can handle. It's terrible, but do something. Just do your jobs. And another thing from 28 West Street, you fix our garbage doors. Your Garbo's broke them 2 years ago. The council said there, the contractor said, go and prove it. You will pay for it. You will pay for those 2 doors. And I'm going to tell you, you will pay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shane Feeney. Shane Feeney. Shane Feeney.
Good evening and thank you for your time this evening and my opportunity to present here. I'm here representing myself, my part as a resident and my partner as a ratepayer. The North Sydney Council has decided on an 87% rate increase, which fiscally does not add up, especially when you look at the numbers behind it on their website. Such a rate increase, we acknowledge that there should be one and it should be minor or kept to a minimum. And I believe one of the options is 40%, which is certainly acceptable to most people in this room, I would say that. I spoke to Councillor Santa about programs that the council put forward. One of those programs was to change the street names in North Sydney to Aboriginal street names, and which was costed on the website. Councillor Santa could not find the business case for that, and he said that it will promote tourism. Well, without the business case being presented, there is no evidence that such a project would ever give a return on investment. So therefore, I've got to question the purpose behind that. There are also other projects that are questionable if you have a look deeply within the strategies. And as Madam Chair said, these are cost neutral and we get by with grants. If we're getting grants and they're cost neutral, why the hell do we need an 87% rate increase? Because it certainly doesn't add up. Also, the people that were impacted, there are 24,000 renters and 80% of them pay up to 30% of their income on rent. Those people will be impacted. For mortgage holders, 73% of people within North Sydney Council paying 30% of their income on their mortgage. Those people will be impacted. It's clear that these demographics will be hit the hardest as part of this rate increase, and it is unjustifiable. As for business are already under stress with a large number shutting down, and we're having a high level of insolvencies happening. And these costs increase, as expressed by the previous speaker, will ruin them and close many more doors, which will produce empty shops. The final part is that I will bring up is the council's long-term viability plan. On examining the liability plan, the depreciation of the assets is artificially inflated, which is being used to justify the rate increase. So, and this has probably come about in a category 5 increase. So therefore, the numbers are flawed that are on the website at the moment, and therefore should be referred to either ICAC or the Office of Local Government. Examine better.
Thank you. That's your 30s. Next speaker is Michael Parker. You know the drill.
Thank you very much.
He's been really lovely.
Michael Parker, owner with my wife of a unit in 22 Dye Street. Congratulations, North Sydney Council, Community Consultation 101. Release a report for community consultation during the Christmas holidays when everyone is focused elsewhere. Provide only option is rate increase. Blame the previous council and ignore community consultation, so Humphrey would be proud of you.
Yes, Mayor.
However, even though you did not offer the public the option of no rate rise, the consultant's report clearly shows total dissatisfaction with the proposals. A substantial proportion of the survey respondents either did not indicate preference or after this option was allowed, stated that they did not support an SRV but chose option 1 as the lowest option. Actually, the report highlights many sensible options that can be explored before seeking a rate rise. In addition, the report does also highlight a level of confusion regarding special rate variation and minimum rate increase. Furthermore, the recommendation to council is for option 2A, even though this option only received 5% and was not supported by the workshop. In the council paper, you have only one recommendation with 11 items. The council should split this recommendation into the 11 individual recommendations to vote on. Items 1 and 2 should pass, but 3 to 11 should be deferred following a further workshop to come up with a more acceptable rate rise if necessary. Fundamentally, councillors, and I've got some experience here, you've left it too late. Information for IPART should have been submitted before the 3rd of February. There's nothing before the council elections and suddenly a budget emergency. Rushed consultation and a proposal to nearly double rates. This is not acceptable. Okay. You need to bring the residents along with you. Okay. Demonstrate what the result of a no rate increase would be. No poll, no pool, poor facilities and services. This may be acceptable to some. Then work with all residents on a fair and reasonable rate increase, if necessary, to meet residents' expectations. The current proposal needs to stop now and take a deep breath and work for a more equitable solution and a proposal for next year. IPART next year. Please, please put a recommendation in case you're going to, please work on this, because in any case, you're going to, if you go to IPART and it rejects your current proposal, and there's an awful lot of value in the projection.
Thank you. That's your 3
So
minutes.
get it right now. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Catherine Wilson. Thank you.
You don't want to waste.
The next speaker is Catherine Wilson.
Right. A 146 million infrastructure backlog is one of the justifications used by North Sydney Council for the SRV. However, 100 million of this cost stems from a change in how asset renewal costs have been calculated by North Sydney Council. This change significantly worsens the infrastructure backlog ratio, a key metric used by North Sydney Council to justify its proposed rate hikes. Using the methodology adopted prior to financial year 24, the infrastructure backlog would be 45 million, not 146 million. Council did not disclose the change in methodology in its financials, even though the change makes the infrastructure backlog appear significantly worse. There may have been good reason for the change in methodology. However, lack of disclosure undermines good governance, transparency and trust. Major financial reporting changes should always be disclosed. Thank you.
Next registered speaker is Raymond Walsh. Raymond Walsh. Raymond Walsh. I'll call the next registered speaker, Gary Malloy. Gary Malloy, if you would come forward, thank you.
Councillors, fellow residents and other members of the gallery. I've been a resident of North Sydney Council for 5 years and a ratepayer for just over 12 months. I actually stand here tonight before you because I'm confused. And when I say that, I've actually got an engineering degree, a Masters of Business and Technology from AGSM, and I'm a graduate of the Company Directors course. During my career, I've had a number of highlights, one of which was to work on a project that was $66 million, albeit 20 years ago. And during that project, I actually initialed every document and then commissioned a total wet end of a paper machine, a piece of equipment that requires 100 operators to run. So looking at this special rate variation, I thought I'll invest some time. I should be able to understand the documentation before me, be it from an engineering perspective or from a financial one. Well, I can't. I don't understand it because there's simply not enough information there for ratepayers to understand and discern. And certainly what I couldn't see was any evaluation where alternatives had been explored or where perhaps people had been held to account. And so I put to council, I don't believe you are in a position to make a decision tonight because I have not been seeing anything in any documentation that made it clear to me as somebody that has qualifications in relevant areas and has invested time to form any opinion as to what might be reasonable or what might not be. I've not, what's the net present value? What's the business plan? What's actually going to come? When do we pay these things off? What alternatives were considered? What costs are going to be cut? So I call for this decision tonight to be rejected or deferred. I actually call for independent experts to be called in and evaluate the pool. People need to be held to account. We need to understand what went wrong and why. The documentation is such that it's all hidden. I didn't understand or didn't see sufficient information for me to take a decision. Now, maybe I'm just not qualified. Maybe I don't understand it. But I call on council to step back, think about your ratepayers, think about the future and invest in the future and invest in our community by taking a rational decision tonight.
Next registered speaker is Peter Carter. Peter Carter. Peter Carter. The next registered speaker after that is Peter Carre. Peter Carre.
Madam Mayor, can we open some windows? Is it possible?
Well, I don't know that they open. They don't open.
It's too long.
Sean Woolstonholme. Randon Illich.
Thank you. If you would speak loudly into the microphone, please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. We find ourselves here tonight due to what I believe a collective abrogation of responsibility by North Sydney Council. At the end of the day, borrow too much to build too little. We all know what the elephant in the room is, or more aptly, or more to give clarity, the elephant in the pool. If an individual or a family borrows too much on their asset, they have to sit around and decide what to do. The first thing they do is to look to cut those household expenses so they don't lose their home.
Yes.
If they can't do that, they have to face the difficult decision to sell their home. And I've known people like that. If you're a businessman and you have the same situation, what do? The first thing you do is put a knife to your expenses.
Yes.
And you calculate what you can do to keep the business alive. And if you can't do that, what do? You have to sell an asset, or maybe you have to sell the business. An individual can't go to his boss and say, I want to double my wage.
Correct.
A businessman can't go and say, I'm going to double the price of my takeaway meal or my haircut.
Here.
Right?
Spot on, mate. Spot on.
Okay, that's where we're sitting here. Federal government, well, that's easy. You just go and borrow money from the international community. You just print money. Thank goodness we don't have North Sydney Council dollars. So what's the response here? To essentially what is too much borrowing, too much debt, an assets that have gone up, a balance sheet that's completely blown out. Is it to drastically cut those operating expenses? Is it to go out there and sell some assets or identify what can be sold and reduce that balance sheet, get that debt down? Right? Isn't that the primary thing? Wouldn't an individual do that? Wouldn't a businessman do that? And this isn't the federal government, right? So instead, they're going to slug the ratepayers who have no choice. It's not as though we've got a choice to buy something. We're treated as sitting ducks. And in my opinion, the elephant is still in the pool, and apparently the answer is the ducks. And it's not acceptable, unfair, and it's unconscionable.
Your 3 minutes. Thank you. Julie Townsend Medlock. Julie Townsend Medlock. Julie Townsend Medlock.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, my name's Julie Townsend and I moved to North Sydney from Turramurra in June last year. I believe we have a shared responsibility to ensure the well-being of North Sydney residents, of which financial well-being is an important part. I also believe, Council, that your proposed special rate variation of 87.03% is unconscionable and stands in direct opposition to this responsibility. Like residents across Australia, North Sydney residents have been under enormous financial pressure over the past few years, which has put a significant strain on many households. Between the 1st of January 2022 and now, the Reserve Bank has increased its cash rate from 0.1% to 4.35%. This enormous increase has had a catastrophic effect on many people's mortgages, rents and loans. Between the 1st of January 2022 and now, the Consumer Price Index has risen by around 14%, significantly affecting the ability of households to manage their budgets. The $114 we now pay for goods that were $100 3 years ago is not going back down, even if the CPI does. During those years, we tightened our belts. Yet during those years, the council expanded their plans for a $30 million Olympic pool refurbishment into a $120 million one. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. From what I've read, the previous council mismanaged the resources they had, and the council now are planning on spending big with another $157 million in spending plans. As my granddad used to say, it's easy to spend other people's money. Well, those other people are us,
And we don't want you to take more of our money because you badly managed the money we were giving you. Feels like daylight robbery. And I was also dismayed, as somebody else mentioned, to read in your report that your independent assessment concludes, quote, there is capacity to pay across all groupings in North Sydney, page 25, as if that gives you carte blanche to take as much as you wish. If there is capacity in some households, there is certainly not willingness. And we don't want to throw good money after bad. Your report seems to be saying you have no option but to put the financial burden on us. But there are always options, and you have better ways than I do of considering what they are. But sell your commercial portfolio. You've got plenty of property, sell some of it. I know you discussed that a few years ago and decided against it. Perhaps you can sell EasyMart and Kirribilli. Do you need to keep hold of that? Maybe start charging or increasing user fees so that people who want your services that are going to be very lavish can pay for them. Or actually ask the state government to jump in and help you. I just ask that you don't increase our financial burden because like CPI, 87.3% now is 87.03% every year from now on.
Thank you. You have.
Thank you. We have our challenges to deal with.
The next speaker is David Ross. David Ross. David Ross. David Ross. Next is Carly Holt. Carly Holt. Devendra Chabra. Devendra Chabra. The next after that is Patrick Dwyer. Patrick Dwyer. Rebecca Ribeiro. Rebecca Ribeiro. Helen Chua-Wiwat. Helen Chua-Wiwat. No, it's someone leaving. Matteo Piva. Matteo Piva. Maria Teresa Piccioli. Chris Bosley. You would speak loudly into the microphone.
Good evening, everyone, and the gallery. Last December, I attended my first council meeting here in this very chamber for a very long time. And I was quite impressed when Councillor Berger got up and complained about the leaking in the roof because every time it rains, this building is in disrepair and we need a lot of maintenance done, and was given as a hardcore example as to why the maintenance budget is so high and why we need the SRV. Remember that? Okay. Anyway, it got me thinking. I had a sense of deja vu as I walked out of the chamber. And I thought, North Sydney Pool, that had a leak. And look where we ended up. In fact, it had had a leak for about 20 years. I'm, by the way, I'm a former swimmer. There's lots of us around, former swimmer in North Sydney. And about 7 or 8 years ago, council came down and asked us what do we think should be done with the pool. And I think there was a fair amount of unanimity that fix the leak in the pool, the main pool, that should be the main priority. And we thought, well, at the worst that could happen is we're all going to have to swim in the 25-metre pool. But they decided to dig that up too. And that's been the cause of a lot of the cost overrun. They could have had that asset there earning income while they repaired the 50-metre pool, but it was decided, no, we'll dig the whole lot up and start again. All right, so I wanted that said. And you know what? It was symptomatic of a lack of community consultation. They consulted our swimming community and they did the exact opposite. And guess what they're doing today? They're consulting the wider community and they're planning to do the exact opposite. Look at this. So all I urge is that don't make the same mistake twice. It's time you started listening to the community. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Mills. John Mills. John Mills. Michael Want. Michael Want.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I stayed the course, so it doesn't pay to have a name like Monturos at the end. But look, I'm a concerned resident, and I actually did run for council a couple of times, albeit unsuccessfully. Yeah, I certainly have an interest in what's happening, but I was never made aware of the sort of financial mess that the council is currently in. Obviously, I'm a small voice tonight in a very loud noise, and hopefully the councillors can hear it all. In hindsight, probably wouldn't have been a good sort of outcome to be elected. I certainly oppose the recommendation contained in 10.3 to adopt the financial report. I did try to comprehend it, as it is a beast of a document. I certainly didn't understand it in any great detail. Therefore, I do support, there's a notice of motion by Carr and Keane for further investigation options. Now, I'm not sure how that plays out in the meeting because it's the last thing on the agenda, which is after the vote. So, I'm not sure how that works, but certainly it should be sort of more investigations, and I would expect to be some sort of independent expert, some sort of state government body. Not because I don't think the credibility is there at the moment in terms of the council reporting. In terms of the consultation, it's obviously flawed. I didn't know anything about it, but I did get an email from someone who voted for me. And I'll just read it quickly to you. She told me that, obviously it was over Christmas. It wasn't publicised properly by the council. And then, the low number was used as a response to support their argument. Survey itself was flawed. SRV options were limited and manipulated the result. They were away at Christmas time, busy time. Nobody's got time for that. She became aware of it via an article online in the Mossman Daily. We did get a flyer in the mailbox from someone alerting residents to the proposal and urging people to have their say. So in the end, she couldn't actually finish it because she had to make an answer that she didn't sort of agree with. I come from a sort of a project management background. We start our project with a business case. I'm not sure where the business case for the pool started or whether there was one. I can't imagine what the business case looks like now. Is it going to forever sort of, impact our rates? And just,
Thank you. That's your 3 minutes. And the next speaker is John Cook. John Cook. John Cook. John Cook. David Wood. David Wood.
About the Greens and the rental cry.
David Wood.
Did you say John Cook?
John Cook, yes.
Good evening, everyone. My wife and I have been living in North Sydney for 37 years now. And we object strongly to the huge rate increase for services which we will probably never ever use. The last 60 years, I've been involved in running successful private sector and government businesses. So I did start investigating what's going on here, or trying to see what's going on here, by looking at the 10-year financial plan. Now, it appears to me it's more of a wish list than a financial plan. What you don't see is much information about the investments. What is the return on investment? What's the DCF, as you say in business? What are the alternative options that were considered? What attempt has been made to optimize the business? I turn to page 52 of the 5-year plan, 10-year plan, and there's a list of all the investments, to what extent they're looking for money from us, the ratepayers. And I looked at the top 15 of them. We're talking about investments of more than 3 million. They total about $100 million that you want from the ratepayers in this plan, plus some other smaller projects. The information on the priorities, the urgency, possible privatization, cancellation, deferment of options, there's nothing in there at all. So, may I suggest, in relation to private sector involvement, $16 million for the Oval, the ratepayers wanted to pay to provide that. So, have you considered privatizing the Oval or putting it on a user pays basis? Similarly, there's a $5.5 million indoor sports centre, same sort of thing. And then the quarantine centre, which has been there, what, 100 years, I don't know. But why can't you get it to the private sector with suitable conditions on it? And like you did with Braithwaite when you saw that too. You saw that too.
That was a state government.
That was short.
Thank you. That's
I
your
thought
3 minutes.
you
Thank you
were-
very much for your participation. The next speaker is David Wood. David Wood. David Wood. Martin Dudley. Martin Dudley.
Can you hear me? So for context, I've lived within the North Sydney electorate for 25 years. All of my career has been in commercial enterprises, mainly in finance and risk management, of which I think we have a number of challenges here in those areas. My concerns about the consultation process would be the first thing that I'd touch on, which others have obviously already mentioned as well, but I will reiterate. So lack of warning about the need for a special rate variation. I only heard about this in the last quarter of last year. The proposed size of the variation, with council presenting a very limited set of options, all of which represented massive uplifts to the current rates. A rushed consultation process over the Christmas and New Year period, as already mentioned. And then the comparison of the North Sydney rates to those other councils was flawed. It only included councils that charged higher rates. Nothing on Sydney City or Parramatta, for example. So what do I conclude out of this? Given the scale of what's proposed with an 87% increase, I think North Sydney Council needs to do a much better job of engaging the community. The consultation process was poor, And the fact that all of the people here tonight have spoken in the manner that they have tells me that it just hasn't been well managed. You've been elected to represent the community, each of you. How can you propose implementing an 87% rate increase over 2 years when the community feedback is so overwhelmingly negative? And it's on the basis of the submissions thus far. How can we, as ratepayers, have any confidence that the proposed uplift will be well spent given the massive cost blowout on the pool? North Sydney Council currently has extremely low credibility in light of the pool debacle. And you need to restore community confidence in your ability to deliver projects within your current budget before you propose massive uplifts to rates. If this was a normal commercial business with a board and shareholders, then the board would be sacked. What I expect will be the likely direction at the next election if this motion is passed. I don't support the motion and I would ask the councillors to vote against it. But I do support motion 11.5 and I ask that you undertake further analysis.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Middlebrook. Lisa Middlebrook. Lisa Middlebrook.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been a Waverton resident for 17 years and several years ago I was on the ticket with Mayor Baker, Councillor Beregi. I'm sad to say I'm standing here tonight embarrassed to say that I did so because clearly they are out of touch with the sentiment in this community. I want to stand here and say, it's not that we don't understand some of the financial pressures. Everything has gone up. This council, this community is not immune. We understand there has to be some sort of rate increase, probably, but along with other ways of raising money. A rate increase that's more modest is something that people are willing to deal with. We know that things have gone up. We're not stupid. But to double people's rates in a very short amount of time is an opportunistic cash grab and it is obscene. Some of the stories here from the hardship this would put people under and the decisions that we have to make, it angers me that you don't seem to be making the same decisions. There has been no record put out to the public of where you're making budget cuts, where you're going to be cutting back, where you're going to be prioritising projects over a timeline like the rest of us would if we were faced with these pressures. It is unrealistic, it is unfair, and it is ridiculous to double the rates of everybody in this room. And hearing some of the people who've got businesses who would suffer the same thing. Have you looked at other opportunities, some of the things that Councillor Spenceley has put in his letter? Have you realistically looked at those opportunities? I have spent a career in corporate partnerships for universities, for charities, for other organisations. I've raised $30 million in these kinds of partnerships. Have you even thought about corporate partnerships to help build capital for the swimming pool? That is some sort of naming rights for which you could get some sort of benefit per year. Cisco can host events at New Year's. I know this is transactional. I know it's mercenary, but those are some of the things that we have to look at other than just raising rates. It is ridiculous. I raised $6 million for a project at Macquarie University on naming rights, etc. It is possible to raise a significant amount of money doing this. I'm not trying to balance the budget and pay off the mortgage by cancelling the newspaper subscription. So we need you to look at some of these things before simply voting for doubling of people's rates. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker is Gary,
Need to organise against you for those who are going to vote in favour of this. That's right.
the next speaker is Gary Power. Gary Power. Gary Power.
Hello, everybody. It's what a pleasure it has been to stand here all night and listen to marvellous presentations for and against. I must say that I came here to talk against the motion, and I really cannot do any better than what has been done and presented by those people who came before me, and I congratulate them. What I do want to say, however, is that, like a lot of other people here, I suppose, I've worked in the professional area for a long, long time, and I've dealt for many, many years with government and private enterprise. And the behaviour that I've seen this council display during the election last year and their later grab for money with the SRV has been deceptive and misleading. If the public servants in this room have participated in this deceptive and misleading collaboration and communication, they should resign. That is the minimum. That is the minimum. I can remember in the 90s.
Got to have an 87% performance
In the 90s, when the government suddenly woke up to probity, and the public servants suddenly realised there were no more free lunches. So there has been deceptive and misleading conduct. I'm very disappointed with the partisan attitude in this council. I look around the room, and I've been in North Sydney electorate for long enough to see quite a few of you here over multiple councils, and yet you still want to blame the other guy. How ridiculous. We don't accept that from the state government. We don't expect it from the federal government. We don't expect it from you. You have been you have been part of the council that made the decision on the pool at the beginning, some of you. Some of you have been here in the previous council where you have managed the process for a few years, and then you went and deceived us as to the condition of the books. And then you tell us that we need all this money because of the pool. Well, sorry, I don't think that's correct. That is a lie. That is fake news of the biggest kind. And all of you councillors, you are elected, and I expect you to vote with your conscience tonight rather than your partisan attitude.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you very
your
much.
3 minutes. Next speaker is Jennifer Cooper. Jennifer Cooper. Jennifer Cooper. Ravindra Marwaha. Oh, sorry, Mr. Marwaha. It's Jennifer Cooper is here.
Understanding.
Yes, very important. There it is.
Thank you very much for everyone turning up tonight and for bringing all your concerns to the council. I'm really concerned for many older Australians who live in this precinct and also the young families who are either renting or own their own home. They cannot afford an increase in rates. Many people have lived here for generations. This will affect the most vulnerable in our community. Older residents or people on super cannot raise their pensions to pay for the rates. As someone mentioned, they're going without food. They're going without essential medical help because they can't afford it, because they've got to pay an increased rates to keep a roof over their head. Otherwise, they will be on the street. As someone mentioned, they will have to sell to pay their rates. Who's looking after these Australians? Who's looking after the lives, the livelihoods, the roofs over these people's head? We have got enough problems with homelessness and 71% of people over 65 living in poverty, and we are now offering high rates, 80% increase, so you can sell your home, so you can pay for the rate increase and go onto the street. It is not good enough. We have to look after our Australians. Is this also a strategy of the council to remove these people that are the poorest in the community? Not everyone's multi-millionaire in this area. To make way for high-paying foreign investment or multi-storey buildings. Once they've sold their property, they are out. Nice area to build nice multi-storey buildings. And there you go, strategy. Is this the underlying strategy to raise the rates to eliminate all those people that have been here for generations? That's another question I have. I'm really very surprised at the extremely poor preparation for this meeting. I cannot believe there's no air conditioning.
Thank you, that's your 3
I
minutes.
cannot believe
There is
that
air
there's
conditioning.
one screen. Well,
Thank you.
It's not reaching everyone.
That's your 3
And-
minutes. Everybody else has had to
And
have
there
their
are
3
no
minutes.
speakers
Mr.
for everyone to hear.
Mr.
Better
Mawaha.
preparation from the council.
Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me. I think a number of people have said a few things very, very eloquently. So I will try to just add 2 slightly different things, which I hope can be considered to get a positive resolution. First of all, I think people need to understand that making a huge economic change has many, many unintended consequences. I mean, you're talking about not only the very eloquent things that you said, but several businesses could go bankrupt. And in fact, you could have population change as a result of this. Now, you could achieve the same objective if you in a much more gradual way, because people will absorb it. Now, this is a fundamental way of making a decision when you're talking about massive financial change. So why am I talking about it? Well, let me tell you, I do live here. I have had the opportunity of being in the corporate world. I have managed strategies at a very, very high level, as well as execution of strategies at a very high level. So I'd like us to think about only one aspect of it. The mayor very eloquently said that all these are just ideas that have been put down in a strategy. Just bear with that. These are just good ideas, and frankly, probably they are. Every one of them is a good idea. Fantastic. The mistake is you have taken those good ideas that are in a wish list, as she said, and put them into a concrete rate proposal. How can you connect from a strategy point of view? How can you connect a wish list into a concrete rate proposal, which is causing economic hardship at an unprecedented level?
It is unbelievable that even somebody would think of that. Now, why would you think of that? Because these good ideas are somebody's pet hobby horse. And by the way, good hobby horses, I love all of them. Now, what's the solution? The solution is very simple. Drag this rate increase out over 7 years, start with a 10% increase and maybe a 15% special levy. And I have looked at it. If you do that, your books balance. Your books balance next year, and they balance because the amount of money you get exceeds your operating cost, which means you're reducing your debt. Now, why are you not choosing to do that? You have no financial crisis, let me tell you. There is absolutely no financial crisis here. This North Sydney Council is in surplus. How can it have a financial crisis? Well, the only issue is.
That's your 3 minutes.
Now, I
haven't allowed any.
So if you just.
That is your 3 minutes.
Just have this constructively work out for everybody.
Everybody else has had 3 minutes. Next speaker. Next speaker is David Watkins. David Watkins. David Watkins. Let's start.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm David Watkins. I'm the co-CEO of JCDecaux Australia. I'm here tonight because our business provides income to council. As you may be aware, in April 2022, our company was awarded a commercial contract by council through a competitive tender process for advertising services on selected infrastructure. Given current budget challenges, maximising the value of commercial contracts like ours is more important than ever. I was pleased to see that as part of the proposed motion to address council's long-term financial stability, in item 10 of the motion, council has recommended the pursuit of opportunities to generate revenue for council through advertising as appropriate. Beyond a stable and increased income stream, our contract also delivers new and upgraded bus shelters, architect-designed community information panels, and emergency messaging capabilities via digital assets. North Sydney Council has already used our assets to promote community initiatives, including the Twilight Food Fair at Ted Mack Civic Park and the Never Bin Batteries campaign. Importantly, as part of our contract agreed in 2022, we proposed delivering 35 new digital street furniture screens and 19 digital community information panels for maps, transport updates, and public messaging. However, planning issues since the contract's inception have resulted in lost opportunities, and only 6 panels have received planning consent. If this continues, council risks forfeiting over $20 million in revenue over the remaining term of the contract.
So much for efficiency.
Importantly, I'm encouraged to see that our contract aligns with local public sentiment. Council's own community feedback found that 92% of participants in their survey agree with widespread advertising, providing it preserves the community's aesthetic appeal and is aligned with community values. And 89% support the commercialisation of public spaces as a way to generate revenue. By working together, we can unlock significant value for North Sydney while maintaining a balanced approach to advertising, which is important to our business. Importantly, JCDecaux is committed to respecting planning processes, preserving the area's character, and prioritising safety. Finally, I appreciate Ms Cole's willingness to meet with us in the coming weeks, and we look forward to achieving an outcome that benefits North Sydney residents and council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Graham Yard. Graham Yard.
Madam Mayor, fellow councillors, thank you for the opportunity to give a brief presentation this evening. My name is Graham Yard. My understanding of democracy is that councillors are elected to reflect and implement the wishes of the electorate, not to act against them or in a dictatorial manner. From the turnout of those attending this meeting and their comments, it is clear that there is widespread objection to increased council rates at the level currently contemplated. North Sydney Council has espoused open government and is to be lauded for establishing precinct committees to inform and seek the views of the electorate. Information distributed by would-be councillors in the run-up to the last election was silent on the need to increase rates at the level currently being proposed. Attendees at precinct meetings similarly were not informed. It is not surprising that some of the ratepayers and business owners whom I have spoken to feel somewhat deceived. I and many other residents and business owners object to the proposed excessive rate increase on the following grounds. Increasing rates during a cost crisis and at a level that greatly exceeds inflation seems harsh. Such a proposal, if adopted, could encourage other entities and organisations to do likewise and add further to unnecessary and unjustifiable inflationary pressures. You may ask, why be concerned about this? Well, think about the flow-on effects. Higher costs for households, higher costs for businesses and for renters, higher rents as the cost of the increased rates will be passed on inevitably by landlords. Given the large amount of underutilised office space in North Sydney, we need to encourage businesses to remain, establish and expand here, not discourage them. Given the difficulties experienced by renters and in particular retired renters and those with little superannuation, excessive increase in their rates will no doubt force many renters to leave North Sydney. I'll jump on to something more positive. I would suggest that council undertakes cost appraisals of the various proposals it has. It considers reducing the scopes of work for the various proposals and deferring projects or parts thereof, and to consider selling assets and increasing rates in a measured, reasonable manner over time.
Thank you. The next registered speaker is Davey McDonald. If you would come forward, please, Mr. McDonald. Davey McDonald.
Hi. I didn't introduce myself before. 15 years I've been in North Sydney, 2021 with my dog Zara, North Sydney's Australia Day Citizen of the Year. She's a canine rescue dog. We do flood recovery and she was an assistance dog with me as well. And I'm a firefighter, and let me tell you, when you face an emergency, you don't panic. What we've got here is panic. I want to address the issue of the consultation that hasn't taken place. I find it extraordinary when I read the report that there was a committee of 3 people consisting of 3 skilled-based independent members who noted the need to ensure the ongoing viability of council. Who were they? Are they here? I don't know who they are and how they were chosen. On top of that, the company that was engaged to do a focus group decided that they would conduct with 42 demographically selected residents to make decisions about what was going to be put to them, as happens in a focus group. Demographically, you know, there's a problem with that because it should be socially demographic. If they're demographic, they're just by race, gender, and age. We need to know a little bit more about them and how were they obtained? Why did they get selected? Are any of them here? If you are, let's see you. No, you're not. I know that. So in July 2024, last year, I came to this council and I said, having seen the use of external consultants previously in North Sydney Council in respect of the Western Harbour Tunnel and Beaches link, I opposed then, I have done subsequently in July, and I do now after the event, that we waste money on outside consultants. I proposed then and said to council, we have the talent and expertise, including all you unruly lot out there, within the area of our community and the precinct system, except that's almost dying. There are 5 elements in that other report in regards to the rate variation, the one where I wasn't able to finish that, in relation to my street that are in that report that are totally wrong. This is where accountability falls down with this council. And I especially hold account people that knew about these rate variations, who were the real independent so-called and the new ones.
Thank you for your
and the 2 Labor people.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm calling. Thank you. The next speaker. I'm calling the gallery to order. The next speaker is attending remote. We need to be able to hear her. Ms. Lim, it is your turn to address council. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening,
you.
Mayor, councillors, and fellow residents. My name is Avril Lim, and I have proudly called Cremorne my home for the past 4 years. I stand before you today to voice my strong opposition to the proposed 87.5% cumulative rate increase. This drastic hike is both unreasonable and unjust, and I urge the council to reconsider its approach. Firstly, I want to address that the reasoning behind the increase, the funding of the Olympic pool rebuild. While I acknowledge that community facilities require maintenance, it is deeply unfair to force all ratepayers to shoulder the financial burden of a project that not all of us will use. I, like many residents, do not use these facilities and should not be expected to fund it through the exorbitant rate increase. Beyond the issue of fairness, the consultation process itself has been deeply flawed. The methodology used to gauge community sentiment has not been transparent or comprehensive. A rate increase of this magnitude demands rigorous and inclusive consultation, ensuring that every resident voice is heard and accurately represented. However, the current process has left many feeling ignored, with key concerns dismissed or downplayed. Perhaps the most concerning is the council's financial mismanagement. At a time when many households are struggling with rising costs and financial uncertainty, it is unacceptable that senior council executives continue to receive salaries nearly $500,000 a year. True leadership demands accountability and responsible decision-making. Before asking residents to pay nearly double in rates, the council should first look inward, cut excessive executive salaries, reduce wasteful spending, and find alternative funding solutions. Raising rates should always be the last resort, not the first option. Instead of burdening residents, the council must explore more responsible fiscal strategies, whether through grants, partnership, or prioritization of essential projects. If we allow this increase to proceed unchecked, where does it end? How can residents trust that future rate hikes won't follow? I love living in this community, but I cannot support a decision that places such an unfair financial strain on its residents. I urge the council to listen to the people you were elected to serve, reject this excessive rate hike, and find a more equitable way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Call the gallery to order. I'm trying to call the gallery to order. That was the last speaker. Councillor Berrigan, do you have a motion?
I do, Madam Mayor, I move the recommendation.
If you could say it, sorry.
I do, Madam Mayor, thank you. I move the recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Santa.
I want to move an amendment.
If you tell me your amendment.
Yes, I'd
and
like
I'll
to
rule
move.
whether it is an amendment or not.
I'd like to move the amendment that the recommendations in 11.5 become the recommendations for this item.
So I'll take that as a foreshadowed motion.
Yep.
Councillor Berrigan, you wish to speak to your, could you turn off your microphone so that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to come and address the council. I share your frustration and your anger, which is a
call you to order.
Which is a direct result of the poor decisions made by a former council.
I am going to call. I'm calling the gallery to order. All of the councillors have listened with respect to everyone who spoke, and it's now your time to hear the reasoning of those who are making the decision. So I'm calling you to order. Councillor Berrigan, you have the floor.
Fake news.
My anger, however, and frustration is compounded as in this very chamber, I warned that we would end up in this situation. As is well known, together with Councillor Baker and former Councillor Tony Carr, I voted more than 23 times against the council's plans to redevelop the North Sydney pool. I voted against the bulk and scale. I voted against the cost. I voted against demolishing a 20-year-old award-winning 25-metre pool, which was in perfect condition. It had a few leaks. As I said on the floor of council, you don't demolish your house because your bathroom is leaking. There was uncertainty around COVID. The works were too extensive. The council had no capacity to undertake these works. In fact, council hired a project manager and then got rid of the project manager as a cost saving. The pool project was too big, too much, was unaffordable, and in the middle of a pandemic, it was too much for this council to take on. But I didn't just speak and vote against the plans for the pool. I voted against the quarterly financial reports, I voted against the budget reports, and I voted against the annual reports. As I knew the road...
I'm calling you to order. Continue. Stay on your feet and continue.
I knew the road the council was then on would lead to the financial position the council finds it itself in today. I voted against reckless spending on unbudgeted works, traffic planning that was not budgeted or planned for, made on an ad hoc basis, the neglect of asset renewal, and not undertaking the necessary improvements to ensure council's infrastructure was at an acceptable level. On numerous occasions, I implored the then council to show restraint. Measure twice, cut once, I said. You can only spend $1 once. Cut your cloth. As a council, we need to live within our means. I was routinely scoffed at and ignored. In fact, at one council meeting,
I'll call you to order.
The council refused to allow Councillor Baker and I to even come into a council meeting as elected representatives. So did that former council not want to hear the path that they were setting the council on.
Tell us the last 4 years.
I'm calling you to order. Calling you to order.
However-
Councillor Berrigan has the floor. Continue, please.
However, the financial repair being proposed is not just about the pool. The financial repair responds to the council current council situation, which is now documented, as well as the future needs of the incoming residents of North Sydney. North Sydney Council has had historically low rates, much lower than our neighbours and comparable councils, but provides a higher level of service. Council's current rating structure for ordinary rates is based on a minimum rate of $715 a year. This applies to all properties regardless of their land value. 77.26% of ratepayers currently pay the minimum rate of $715 a year. And on top of that, currently they pay around $100 in levies. This motion, if approved this evening, will ask IPART to consider an increase in rates of 45% in 25-26 and 29% in 26-27. This will result in a minimum residential rate of $1,200 per annum in 25-26 and a minimum business rate of $1,400 per annum in 25-26. No levies will be added to the rate, as these are absorbed in the one rate payment. While I understand the headline percentage increase sounds high.
That's your. For you to order. That is your 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Spenceley.
Why am I paying 2,000 a year then?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm calling you to order. We're in the middle of the debate on the decision. Calling you to.
If I may. First of all, I'd like to give you a little bit about my background. I don't talk about my background very often, but this is my wheelhouse. I started a business. I sold my house 20 years ago. I built that business into an ASX listed business, a top 100 business, which was eventually sold to Macquarie Bank for over $4 billion. In that time, I negotiated debt deals, managed business plans, capital works, all sorts of things. This is my wheelhouse. And this budget is immature. It's just pushing the burden onto the ratepayers. Yeah. There is nothing smart or intensive about this business plan. It is, if I was a board member on this business, I'd be having a serious word with the CEO about presenting this. What you'll hear about tonight from the councillors is that there was community consultation. They'll massage the results somehow that this was, and the community consultation that made you agree to a 65% increase in the rates before you could continue the survey. Flawed. Absolutely flawed. You have to write off when you hear someone mention any form of this community consultation. It is flawed. It's done by a clever marketing firm of which you paid hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I'm sorry, I have to beg you. You
Okay.
need to stick to the truth.
So the 42 people that you'll hear about in the focus group that was in fact picked from participants were a pool of residents who had previously been engaged during consultation to develop the informing strategies. Okay, flawed. Do not take anything of the 42 as representative of the views. They created the strategies. Of course, they have biases. This was biased from beginning to end. This is not about rates and rubbish, right? This is about a rate rise that we need to have that is appropriate and can deal with our asset issues. It's not about sticking $100 and something million in the bank account. It's not about paying off all the debt. It's not about $170 million of new strategies. They're all optional. We have to have a rate rise, but we just need one to cover the basics, right? Yeah. That's the condition of the world it's in right now. You'll hear that debt is bad, right? And that's an immature view. Debt for a government entity that has this kind of pricing power is actually acceptable to have. It's how infrastructure is built. If you had to pay for the Harbour Bridge in 2 years of taxes, would it have been built? No. So why is debt such a bad thing? In a corporate, you have to be careful because you might lose customers. We don't lose ratepayers. You'll hear it's unfair to leave this debt to future generations. No, it's actually the opposite. It's fair. This is a 40, 50-year life asset. Why are we paying for it and being asked to pay for it with our rates in a couple of years? Why are we not spreading the payments over 20 years? The payments reduce over time, inflation goes up, so it's easier to make those payments in the final years. Sensible, right? Yeah, this is exactly right. This is my wheelhouse. I've dealt with the ASX, I've dealt with ACCC investigations, I've dealt, in fact, dealing with an ASIC investigation now of 2 of our employees. Continuous disclosure is something we learn at the ASX. Continuous disclosure, you must tell your shareholders as soon as you know something. So why was a contract signed with a marketing company to promote this rate rise the day after the election? Why? This is not a crisis, ladies and gentlemen. This is a crisis created by ourselves and inflicted upon you, right? The pool is $50 million of this. This is a $544 million rate rise out of our pockets as ratepayers.
Opportunistic cash grab.
Exactly right. There's this argument that we pay lower rates than anyone else. Well, guess what? That may be true, but if you look at the revenues of our LGA, they're actually completely in line with every other council that we like to compare ourselves to. The revenue, right? We have lower rates because we have the CBD. Now, if you compare what looks like after our rate rise, we are completely out of line with the rest of the councils we like to compare ourselves to. We have massive assets, and we're told we can't sell them because they're community, they're important, future generations won't benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, we own a shopfront in the Greenwood Plaza. We own, as mentioned, the Easy Mart in Kirribilli. I mean, we own a building, an office building.
That's your 5 minutes.
Thank you. I oppose this.
Councillor Carr, I was on first. I had my light on before. Pardon? I saw Councillor Carr had her light on first. I saw yours. Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Okay. Madam Mayor, as a newly elected councillor, I do not have the same historical perspective on council decisions as some of my colleagues. However, I am opposed to the proposed 87% rate rise and will be voting against it for the following reasons. Community opposition. We have seen it tonight. We know that the community consultation clearly showed that residents oppose the proposed rate rise. We have seen it through the Have Your Say council page, emails to council, phone calls, personal conversations, and so many people spoke tonight. The proposed rate rise would provide funds for council to implement strategies that, as I said before, they're poorly articulated and costed. From a governance and a transparency perspective, I cannot support this increase. The financial problems of council were discussed back in 2023. Why did the previous council not do anything about the deterioration of council finances, and why the need for rate rises did not appear in any election materials? Why did council employ the special rate variation consultants during the caretaker period? The report suggests that comparing local government finances to private business is not appropriate, citing the difference between public and private benefits. While I agree that local government should focus on providing services for the majority, this in no way does not justify any departure from sound financial planning or strategic decision-making. The report mentions that North City Council's financial position has been weak in recent years. However, I want to remind Council that in 2019, North City Council proposed a 7% annual rate rise over 5 years to address rising service costs and repair essential infrastructure amounting to 14.3 million. Perhaps Council back then should have sought a higher increase. It is surprising that some councillors who strongly opposed the proposal are now advocating for an 87% rate rise. which some of it will address the pool cost overrun, but will allow council to spend more. I would like to reiterate that this increase in rates is not 7%, it's 87%. And our current council cites past council failings. This rate increase places an immediate financial burden on current residents of North Sydney. The council suggests that the increase will help build reserves for future challenges and opportunities. But why should current residents bear this cost? Why not distribute the financial responsibility to the new residents who will be moving to North Sydney to meet the New South Wales housing targets? The council report states that 17% of the 4,000 or approximately 5,000 people who visited the special rate variation page completed the survey. However, this is misleading. The survey was flawed. It did not provide an option for a lower rate increase or to oppose the rate rise altogether. Only 3 options were presented, with the smallest increase set at 50%. How can this be considered tacit approval for a rate rise? The key themes from community consultation we all heard about, so I won't repeat them. So the question is, 78% of survey respondents were unwilling to pay an additional $13.50 per week in their rates for the informing strategies, which represents approximately 30% of the additional revenue council proposes to spend. Where is the accountability and governance in this project? For all these reasons, I do not support the rate rise and will be voting against it. I suggest council consider a smaller increase.
Thank you.
Revisit the delivery program and decide how much money to
Thank you, Councillor Keane.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge all the residents that have turned out tonight. We can't thank you enough for being here. I stand with you against this rate rise. Councillors, doesn't this tell you how the residents feel when you're voting tonight? No. Councillor Berg is shaking her head. No.
Councillor Keane, play the policy and not the person.
Who has not noticed the weekly shops increase? We have heard it all night. Every item's gone up 50%. All of a sudden, your weekly shop's over $100 more expensive. Utility bills, petrol, it just keeps going. As we've said, this cost of living crisis is real. Mayor Baker's North Sydney Council wants to add to the crisis by raising your rates by 87%. This is outrageous. Shame. Think about your residents that are struggling to make ends meet. This will affect everyone. Renters, this will be passed on to you. First home buyers, it's hard enough to buy in this area, and now you're faced with an increase in your rates. Our families, our small businesses, we've heard from everyone tonight. This Baker, Teal, Green Labor Council looking to raise your rates will make things even harder for our North Sydney residents. I created a petition in November, and as of today, we have 2,500 signatures. That is the residents. I have lodged this petition in Have Your Say to acknowledge that our residents do not want this rate rise. This is a big number of residents that don't want it. In fact, no one wants it. Mayor Ted Mack promised to keep rates low. Well, if this goes through, Ted Mack's legacy has been disgraced and forgotten. What a shame. A great politician in history has been ignored. Councillors Welsh and Santa, what is Macquarie Street saying to you? Have you spoken to the Minister for Local Government? Does your minister support this rate rise?
What about the local branch?
Oh,
Sorry, I'll call you to order. Continue, Councillor Keane.
As we've heard tonight, consultation was flawed. I won't go into it, but we know because we've heard from many people. Only 5% of the respondents chose the 87% rate rise, which is 2A, which we've heard tonight. 95% rejected it. As you've heard, the current minimum rate rise is $715, which over 77% of our local residents pay. This is nearly double to 1,200. In addition, other councillors have mentioned the select group of 42 that were consulted in a private forum. As an elected official, I only heard about this forum after the fact that had been held. No visibility, no transparency. This is not about the pool. Council will collect 1.3 billion in rates over 10 years. The SRB is going to provide them with 558 million of incremental revenue. The pool, as a part of this SRB, is around the 50 million. So how is council proposing to spend this rate rise? Expanded services, including the informing strategies which you heard about tonight, increased employee benefits and on costs, internal reserves, and then you have the infrastructure backlog and the pool. The infrastructure backlog, as I previously mentioned, is a justification for the hike. And if we use the previous methodology, it goes from 45 million from 146 million to 45. In addition, as we've mentioned earlier, the consultation says the North Sydney residents have capacity to pay. Really? I think we've heard enough tonight that North Sydney residents don't have capacity to pay. Quoting from the report from Morrison Lowe, council will need to consider community feedback, the need to improve financial sustainability and a wide range of other factors in making its final decision on the SRV. The biggest age groups that will be impacted are parents and home builders and the young workforce and our small businesses. In the North Sydney area, this is hitting our young families and first home buyers. The report states the at-risk group makes up 43%. This is people that live on their own or are one-parent families, and this is way higher than the NESROC and Greater Sydney and New South Wales. I say we put everything on hold. We need to explore a package of alternative measures, including how we address the supposed financial position on council, assessment and prioritisation of CapEx program, a review of council's assets, and look at selling or repurposing, making council's assets work harder. Cut costs. I strongly oppose to this rate rise. It's greedy, it reeks of poor governance, and it's an admission of financial failure by the previous council. Our residents of North Sydney need better.
Thank you, Councillor Spenceley.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to propose an amendment, if I may.
You put it, and
I'll put the amendment that we change the quantity of the rate rise to 20% in year one. We only request a rate rise for year one, and we take a year to do proper survey of the rate base to see if they do want to spend additional funds on additional projects.
I'll take that as a foreshadowed motion. Thank you.
I think that's an amendment.
Councillor.
Mayor, it's an amendment to do.
I've ruled on it as a foreshadowed motion. I don't regard it as an amendment. So you
Well,
can.
may I structure it as an amendment that we change the rate increase from the percentages included to 20%.
No, I've made the ruling. It's a foreshadowed motion. Thank you. If you turn off your speaker. Councillor Santa.
Thank you, Mayor. These are the briefing papers prepared for us by staff. All 800 pages of them.
Just speak into the microphone.
All 800 pages prepared for us by staff on this issue. These papers show.
I'm going to call you to order. We've all listened with a great deal of respect to varying views here. It's now time for other councillors to speak, and I insist that you show that respect. Councillor Santa, if you would speak very strongly into the microphone. Thank you.
These papers shows that this is a systemic issue. If you read them, you will come to the conclusion that the problem is deep. It's been building up for years. It's a result not just of the pool's financial problems. It's not capable of easy solution. The papers also reveal attempts in the past to solve the problem through loans and asset sales haven't worked, and they're not going to work now. There are a few statistics when I was considering this issue, some statistics involving comparison of various components of my family's day-to-day expenses came to mind. Our current strata levies in the building that I'm living in, the apartment building that my wife and I are living in, are almost 8 times our current council rates, which we pay at the minimum level, and they would be 5 times the proposed rate. My mobile phone company account for 2 mobile phones comes to $185.30 per month, over $2,000 per annum, and almost $1,000 more than what is being proposed for the minimum council rate. While the proposed increases in rates are high, they are off an incredibly low base, $800 per year or $70 per month. It should be.
I call you to the order in the gallery. Show some respect. If you continue, Ms. Middlebrook, I will rule it as an act of disorder. If this is the time for others to have their say.
It should be noted that because of our residential density, most ratepayers, approximately 80%, will be paying the minimum rate, little more than $100 per month for all the services this council provides. During the debate on the SRV issue on ABC radio a few days ago, a lady from Orange called in to say she currently pays per quarter the same amount as our rate per year. And she couldn't understand why there was all the fuss in North Sydney over this proposed increase. And I received similar advice recently.
And I'm calling the gallery to order.
From a resident of the Northern Beaches who said the same thing. They currently pay, this is the Northern Beaches, they currently pay per quarter what we pay annually. Perhaps the most telling statistic is the one local government provides 25% of all government services to Australia's residents, but only receives 4% of government revenues. So what is the systemic problem this council faces? Firstly,
call you to order. Continue, Councillor.
Firstly, a rate freeze introduced at the time of TEDMAC's mayoralty, followed by the introduction by the then state government of a rate pegging system for local government rates, which in the absence of SRV applications means that rates can only be increased annually by the previous year's increase in the Consumer Price Index. Finally, a rate system based on unimproved capital value of the land on which a property has been built, which fails to differentiate between whether a property is a single or multi-residential household residence and reduces the rate revenue for councils like North Sydney with high-density residencies. So we have an entrenched problem. The compounding of the...
I'm calling you to order. Councillor Santa, just speak loudly and continue.
The compounding of the TEDMAC era freeze and the introduction of the rate peg system entrenched the rates North Sydney could levy at among the lowest levels of any New South Wales LGA.
I call you to order.
This entrenchment was not addressed by successive past North Sydney councils, who, by seeking revenue from other sources...
Call you to order. You've got 25 seconds, Councillor.
What's my response to these problems is we address through asset sales and further loans. I've run a business and I know that if you're in trouble, you don't go for further loans. That's a recipe for business failure. And asset sales, we can't sell these assets because you won't get revenue in later years, which will only exacerbate the problem. Enough is enough.
Again, I'm calling you to order. I'm calling you to order. Show some respect.
We need once and for all...
It is mutual because every single councillor here has listened to 40 odd speakers with a deal of respect and care. Now, just final sentence, Councillor Santa.
We need once and for all, if we are able to meet the community's needs and expectations for the services we provide them, to address the systemic source.
Councillor Antonini. Bear in mind, I call you to order. I call you to order. The councillor who is about to speak has almost lost her voice, and we intend to listen. Just wait, we'll wait them out. Okay, Councillor Antonini, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm incredibly disappointed and astounded by the audacity of councillors here tonight. Councillors that actively supported the debacle of the pool project.
Not $122 million.
Excuse me, I'm calling you to order now, Councillor Keane.
One of those
And I'll call the gallery to order. Nobody at this table interfered and interjected with you. And I expect the same, and I know you're capable of it because for this entire term, that's how you behave. Councillor Antonini.
One of those councillors voted against the public consultation for the modest fix and upgrade of $28 million, but instead voted for a $58 million Taj Mahal of pools that was never going to be $58 million. That councillor voted in favour of this black hole numerous times. The other councillor...
Calling you to order. We don't need the commentary from the gallery. Allow the speakers to be heard. Continue, Councillor Antonini.
The other councillor was not a councillor at the time, but a resident. They came onto the floor of this council to declare their unwavering support of this white elephant. Now, these two councillors have gone out of their way to undermine the council's financial repair strategy at every turn. Sell assets, they say. North Sydney Council is one of the most asset-poor councils. It is nothing less than short-sightedness to suggest council sell its assets. Magic low-interest government loans, huge increase in salaries. May I suggest turning up to more council briefings so you might have a better picture of the state of affairs before you speak.
Point of order, that is a lie. We're at every briefing. So I'm sorry, point of order.
So are you for real?
No, hold on. Councillor Keane. Councillor Keane, I'm going to rule on your point of order. That there was no one named, and I'm going to allow her to continue in the vein she's going. Away you go.
Councillor, someone.
You're more than welcome. You are more than welcome to look up the numbers of people who attend briefings.
No, don't. Just continue with where.
Honestly, it's insulting to the intelligence of our community to think that
I'll call that same community to order. Order in the gallery and allow the councillor to finish.
It is insulting to the intelligence of our community to think that asset sales and slashing our services is what our community wants or expects. No, it isn't. I, like many councillors, have received many emails from concerned residents unhappy about the suggested rate rises. Yes, you are. And I've also had many people reach out to me in support of fixing and strengthening our council. No one wants to pay more than they have to.
I'm calling you to order. No. If I need to, I will call for expulsion of people who are continually engaging in acts of disorder. It is utterly, if you need to understand with your councillors who are debating this so that you have some understanding of why they vote as they intend to. You may not agree with it, but show a bit of respect. Just don't turn to them. Just please finish your speech.
While percentages keep getting thrown around, let's have some more. Over 77% of residents pay $715 per annum. This is simply unsustainable. This is not about political grandstanding or winning votes. Unfortunately, I've said it before, it's not a pleasure at all, but this is not another time to kick the can down the road. We need to face our challenges. We need to ensure we have a strong council that can continue to service our community, and I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And again, I'm calling you to order. I'm calling the gallery to order. Councillor Spenceley.
Thank you, Mayor. I have an amendment that we discount or exclude the rate rise for pensioners or part pensioners.
I'm ruling that out of order because it's a statutory matter and it already happens. Right, so
no,
I've ruled on it. If you would
Mayor,
resume your seat.
Point of order that doesn't preclude us from discounting our rates. The fact that they get a discount of $200 on the rates does not
In the
preclude
absence
us
of any, and
for reducing the rates.
there's a statutory, no, I've already ruled on it. I want you to sit down and we'll
we're looking
review.
at the pensioners in the room and we can't offer them a discount.
Councillor Spenceley, turn off your microphone. It has been ruled on and that's it. Are there any other speakers on the motion? Councillor Hoy.
A lot of attention in the public conversation on this.
Councillor Keane, turn off your microphone.
A lot of attention in the public conversation on this issue has been paid to past decisions, undeniable mistakes and bad choices made by previous terms of council by previous councillors. That's understandable. If we don't learn from the mistakes of the past, we are doomed to repeat them. That's why I was particularly alarmed to hear some of my fellow councillors speaking against a new and updated governance strategy earlier in this meeting. When we talk about being careful and diligent with our expenditure of public money, about contract management, that's about governance. I cannot see the internal consistency of this position. Now, I'm in the dubious position of being new to this council. I had no say in the decisions of past councils, but I do have a say as a recently elected representative in what we do today and for the future. Future people count, but we rarely count them. They cannot vote or lobby or run for public office, so elected representatives have little incentive to think about them. They can't make their views heard directly. They can't tweet or write articles in newspapers or march in the streets. They're utterly disenfranchised. Though we cannot give genuine political power to future people, we can at least give consideration to them. I believe that by bringing consideration of the future into our decisions, as well as of the present, we can help to create a flourishing world and community for generations to come. With that in mind, I have deliberated over this motion before us. I've deliberated considering the legislative requirements and obligations imposed upon us to deliver a financially sustainable council. And I've deliberated considering my obligations to the members of the community I'm privileged to live in and represent. It's fair to say that there is a strength and diversity of opinion over the proposal. And I'd like to sincerely thank every single one of you for coming out tonight to express your view. The documents we've been asked to consider provide us with some of the information, and the conversations we have with the community as we have been deliberating this important decision provide us with some more. The long-term financial plan tells us clearly that currently the council's financial outlook is unsustainable and requires significant structural reform. The existing revenue is insufficient to cover current service levels, loan repayments, asset maintenance backlogs, infrastructure renewals, upgrades, and the development of new assets to meet the demands of a growing and evolving population. Service cuts and asset sales might deliver a short-term sugar hit to the finances, but they won't fix the structural issues that plague the council's finances. Council has recently introduced an organisational performance function to focus on review and improvements, which in turn will result in improved efficiency and cost control in council's administration and operations. In 2024, the council also resolved to develop a comprehensive governance strategy aimed at preventing future financial missteps, such as those experienced during the North Sydney Olympic Pool project. I would once again emphasise the choice by some councillors to vote against the new governance strategy. If you look at the financial performance indicators, you see the council's finances and assets are in for a world of hurt if we don't act now. Asset maintenance, starting from a base already retrograde to what would be considered appropriate for a council, falls off rapidly over the 5 years to 2030. Our infrastructure backlog has seen council's assets in urgent need of repair at 10 times the benchmark level of what would be considered appropriate and sound financial performance for a council. Council has already had to dig and scrounge to find every dollar available to pay for the pool, as well as day-to-day operations, resulting in council borrowing against internal reserves, including employee
I'm calling you to order.
including employee leave entitlements, deposits, retentions, and bonds. This is a shocking and terrible position for the council to be in. These reserves and particularly employee benefits must be urgently restored. I want to thank the council staff for their diligence and integrity throughout this whole process. There are some assertions that this proposal is not warranted, that it's just a cash grab. I don't believe that to be the case. But if you still don't believe us, that's okay. IPART would like nothing more than to knock back a council's recommendation if it thought the working was not sound.
Call you to order.
A lot has been said about people feeling blindsided by the state of the council's revenue streams and financial sustainability. I take that feedback really seriously. People didn't know about the financial situation in the past before we got to this stage. That's a real problem. But it's not enough to blame the other guys and not reflect yourself. Council needs to maintain a strategy of radical transparency about exactly where we are and where we are going. It's the only way we can be sure we won't repeat the mistakes of the past.
Before they're elected.
Ultimately, I understand nobody likes paying more, and 87% is a big number.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. Councillor Holding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we are in a cost of living crisis, as people have said, but this is not one the council or anyone sits outside. The cost to provide all our distinct services have also gone up radically. Any reserves we have been depleted by the pool, and our debt and backlogs have risen. Our revenue from parking and other sources has gone down. Rapid change is happening and we need to respond. These are hard facts. The council's capacity to absorb or act as a buffer to these significant financial challenges has come to an end. So what does the SRV mean? There's been a lot of talk about which other Sydney councils are comparable to us. But let's just take a simple example, our neighbours. I'm sure many of us have friendships which span well beyond council boundaries, Mossman, Willoughby and Lane Cove. When you chat with them, what are they paying annually? If we make it fair and take the minimum residential rate in North Sydney as an example, this is what 77% of people in our LGA actually pay. That figure is currently $715 per year, not per quarter, per year. In Mossman, they have a slightly different calculation, but their average yearly rate there is just under $1,700 per year. That's not far off $1,000 more than here. In Willoughby...
I'm calling you to order. Allow the councillor to speak. Continue.
In Willoughby, the current minimum residential rate is $1,013 per year. So currently $298 more than here. And in Lane Cove, the residential minimum for the year is just under $1,033. Again, $318 more than is currently charged here in North Sydney. If the SRV recommendation we have was accepted by IPART, which as Angus said is not a foregone conclusion, sorry, Councillor Boy, our rates would largely achieve parity with our nearest neighbours. These councils have all been paying significantly higher rates for many years. So after all the anguish, petitions and social media posts from the Liberal Party and Councillor Spenceley, this proposal is really achieving minimum residential rate parity with our neighbours, except for Mossman, who will still pay far more.
I'll call you to order.
And nobody likes raising prices, and it's not a decision taken lightly or without personal impact for anyone in this chamber. But this is not the rate rise which has been portrayed by some councillors. It's what our friends have all been paying for some time. So there's plenty of hype, but not a single costed and developed alternative put to me by the councillors who wish to sink us even further into debt or asset strip what we do have. I said it in a previous meeting. Do the work. Provide an alternate proposal in advance of this meeting with the figures to back it up, not pieces of paper wafted around with some bar charts on it. Give me a solid plan. You've worked on with staff. I've been presented with nothing that betters the council reports, reasoning, focus and statistics. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, North Sydney is ranked as the 5th most advantaged local government area in the country. What must we look like to the rest of New South Wales and Australia, with some areas coping with floods, while we fail to fund our basic financing activities?
Natural disaster. Holding, wait them out.
Can you stop the clock? Can you stop? No, they can't stop. They can stop.
Well, I'm stopping the clock because this is an outrage. But listen, you're happy to listen to the Liberal Party councillors, but you will not listen to those who aren't. And it's out, and you have an obligation. So I am calling you to order. Well, that's what's happened. That's exactly what's happened. So, Councillor, I'm calling you to order, Councillor Antonini. We will just wait until there's silence and then you can resume, Councillor Holding.
Listen to the constituents.
So, not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. Do North City councillors really want to present themselves? Do North Sydney councillors really want to present themselves as the entitled Karens of Australia? The only remnant still on council from the previous council who voted 23 times for the Port debacle is Councillor King. None of the journalists she spoke to in the last couple of weeks seem to know that important point. She's very much part of this problem, and her hypocritical solution, cited in her own motion on this agenda, is to sit back, delay, block progress, incur even more debt, or sell the crown jewels. That's not leadership. Councillor Spenceley spoke on the pool project. I haven't got time for this.
Finish. I call you to order. Finish. You've got 22 seconds, Councillor.
Councillor Spenceley spoke on the pool project just 7 months before construction began. He's on record during the Sydney North Planning Panel of July 2020, where he describes the project as world-class and a gem of a proposal. He wasn't on council then, but he's clearly keen. Later on, he changed his mind. I don't have time to quote him. This next decade will see even greater change with large and I just want to finish my thought.
And can you turn off your microphones, please? Thank you. Councillor Welsh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Hey, no, just could you stop? Because we're not resuming until there's silence. Don't start.
Okay. All right.
Forward.
I speak in support of the proposed special rate variation as a necessary and responsible step to ensure the sustainability of North Sydney Council and the services our community relies upon. We are at a critical juncture. The financial challenges facing our council did not arise overnight. The major deterioration began in 2019-2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic sharply reduced our revenue streams. This was compounded by the debacle.
Just wait. We will wait as long as it takes. Yeah. I've paused it because, okay, I think you can resume now.
This was compounded by the debacle, which is the redevelopment of the North Sydney Olympic Pool, a ridiculous undertaking in the throes of the pandemic with known supply, weather, and manpower challenges that was rushed to have the contract signed on December 31st without even having completed the project design. Thank you, previous Mayor Gibson and Councillor Mutton. Liberal Councillor Keane, I've never heard you apologize to the community for the role you played in supporting this project. You were the only member of this present-elected body that repeatedly voted for this reckless development. Councillor Spenceley, you delivered a passionate submission to the to the Sydney North Planning Panel. I will, describing the North Sydney Olympic Pool proposal.
I'm calling you to order. We're at the last couple of speakers. That's enough. Councillor Welsh, if you would.
Point of order, if I may, Mayor, is what is the relevancy here of attacking individual councillors? We've shown the respect to the other councillors.
No attack, it's a factual matter. Could you turn on?
Is it relevant?
How have you get paid? Righto, council, you built the pool.
I think you can continue.
Okay, it has left our council in a weakened financial position, and now Councillor Spenceley, Liberal Councillor Keane, and Liberal Councillor Carr are doing everything they can to try and stop the financial repair. With inflationary pressures and rising costs, it is clear that without structural financial repair, our ability to deliver essential services and maintain our infrastructure will be at significant risk. In the report, there are numerous examples of infrastructure in poor condition. With severe weather events, which are happening more frequently and probably today, the children's library floods, requiring a scramble to save the books and then go through the arduous task of drying the area with industrial fans, creating major disruption. The council depot is not fit for purpose. The Rangers are
responsible for that too, is she?
Again, I'm calling you to order. Thank you.
The Rangers are housed in a building with holes in the ceiling due to storm damage. Every time they get heavy rain, they wonder if it's their turn to have a piece of the ceiling collapse on them. Others may not care about the Rangers, but I do. The situation is appalling from a work health and safety perspective. The Crow's Nest Community Center has purchased industrial dryers because it floods so frequently they are needed to dry the carpet. There are rooms in the center that I can't even walk into because the mold is so bad, it triggers my asthma. I bet you guys don't care.
Okay. So Councillor Welsh, just wait. I'm calling you to order. Councillor Welsh.
New babes and mums frequently use the center. The whole building needs replacing, not spending money to maintain council infrastructure.
Again, I'm calling you to order.
The whole building needs, okay, no, I didn't just ignore it. I just repeated that. Don't confuse me. Okay, no. Not spending money to maintain council infrastructure is a false economy, ultimately requiring replacement, which is more expensive. A financially strong and resilient council is one that can absorb financial shocks while maintaining essential services and infrastructure. This includes the ability to fund infrastructure renewals as they become due and they adapt to the changing needs of our growing community. At present, our financial position is weak, and without intervention, we risk falling further behind in addressing critical infrastructure and service needs. The minimum rates, which over 70% of our ratepayers will pay in the first year, will be going up to $1,200 per year. Blacktown Council, minimum rates are currently $1,100 per year and are asking for an SRV to go to $1,330.
I call you to order. Call you to order. Ms. Middlebrook, I've warned you before. Allow it, fine. Councillor Welsh, finish, please.
Okay, I understand this. I get that some people will not be able to afford the rate rise, so council.
And just wait. We're waiting.
So council.
No. We're waiting. We're waiting until there's silence.
Still going.
Well, it doesn't matter. We're waiting.
Is Albo going to help us?
So it is, but I'm not prepared to eject people at this point. We're almost at the end of the debate. Councillor Welsh, if you would resume.
Okay, so council is going to have a hardship policy to help. Community consultation has been thorough and the council has heard.
Pause it. We're going to pause. We're going to pause every time now. We're going to wait.
Okay. However, most of those.
Councillor Welsh, I'm waiting. Right, you may resume.
You're on overtime, I suppose.
Wait. I'm waiting. We're waiting. Don't engage. Just wait. Right. You can resume.
However, most of those surveyed agree that the council is facing financial challenges. They acknowledge the need to address these challenges for future generations, to protect our heritage and assets, and to ensure our residents and businesses continue to thrive. Our community has shown strong support for the services that make North Sydney a great place to live. Over 80% of participants backed our environmental governance, integrated transport, and social inclusion strategies, while 2/3 support the culture and creativity strategy. Some may suggest cutting non-essential services, but we must.
Okay, and yes to stay. Thank you. I think that's your 5 minutes.
Okay.
So we're now down to Councillor Berrigan's right of reply, but before we get there, I'm going to speak shortly on this matter. Yeah, right. Tonight we consider whether to submit an application to IPART for a significant rate increase. This decision is the culmination of 2 years of hard work to unpick the inherited legacy of chaos and reckless decision-making by the former Liberal aligned council. Since being elected as mayor, I've been dedicated and focused on reforming council and undertaking careful administrative and financial repair, adopting an evidence-based strategic approach that has been exhaustively community consulted. The harsh reality is that more than a decade of neglect by that former Liberal aligned council of maintenance and renewal of council infrastructure, the terrible financial impacts of COVID on non-rate revenue sources such as parking, estimated at 9.9 million, the devastating impacts of the North Sydney Olympic Pool project, which has generated 61 million in external borrowings and drained council's internal infrastructure reserves of nearly another 30 million. Reserves that should have been spent on those other neglected assets, such as the Stanton Library, the indoor basketball centre, the North Sydney Oval, just to name a few. The failure of previous councils to address the structural issues of the minimum rate have all contributed to both the current liquidity crisis and the need for the rate rise to secure financial sustainability for the next generation. Throughout last year's once-in-a-generation community consultation on the next 10 years, throughout the election period and throughout this recent consultation on the proposed SRV, hundreds and hundreds of frustrated residents have demanded, how will those responsible for the decisions on the pool project be held to account? Well, I share that anger and frustration because the fact is this could have been prevented. A smaller rate rise to address the impacts of COVID and the structural issues associated with a minimum rate of $715 per year paid by 77.6% of ratepayers in a context of massive new density planned by the state government may have been necessary, but not the level of financial repair that is now urgently needed. The pool project is to blame for nearly 30% of the required rate increase, and even more when we calculate the neglect of other assets due to the diversion of funds into this bloated vanity project. There is, as others have said, one person left on this council who to this day has yet to accept any responsibility, yet to express one iota of regret or remorse, yet to be accountable on the decisions she made over and over again, voting on a pool. That's you, Councillor King. No councillor on the former Liberal aligned council can feign ignorance of the foreseeable financial consequences of those decisions, because at every turn, Councillor Mary-Ann Berrigan, former independent councillor Tony Carr, and I raised red flags and concerns. We as minority councillors voted against the project on more than 23 occasions. And at every major decision milestone, we sounded the alarm about the inevitable long-term financial impacts of the project on council's finances. Our concerns were very public and they were available. At every stage, our efforts were reported in the Herald, on the ABC and elsewhere. It was no secret. Over the last 10 days, Liberal councillors from as far as Sutherland and Pittwater and across Greater Sydney have contacted me, appalled by the conduct of Liberal colleagues in North Shore, putting out the call out to party members across Greater Sydney. Many characterised it as a campaign against councils that the Liberal Party lost, with a focus on the looming federal election campaign to try to unseat an independent federal member. The presence of the Liberal candidate for Warringah tonight reinforces that party politics is here seeking to stoke community division and hijack reasonable debate on these complex facts and causes. And now we are here at the crunch time for the cleanup, doing the essential financial repair, making the hard, responsible decisions. And what are those Liberal councillors and their ally doing now? It seems they want to adopt the combination of head in the sand deferral for 12 months, the sale of important community assets, and an astronomical increase in external debt. In short, a return to the ad hoc, uninformed decision-making on the floor of council that led us to this financial crisis. They have had months to provide their suggestions to other councillors and council staff for analysis and modelling prior to this meeting, but nothing has changed since November 2024, at the meeting at which Councillor Spenceley admitted on the floor of council that he was changing percentages, quote, on the fly. In the corporate sector, no reasonable, diligent director would make a decision on so little information, and it would be back to the future regressive and reckless step
Point of
for
order,
this
Mayor.
council to do
That
so
was for
tonight.
community consultation. That was not for
It is
a
what you
decision.
said. And
Community
it is the
consultation
truth, and
on a
I'm ruling
lower,
against you. Thank you.
on a lower rate.
Advocating for more debt, asset sales to fund interest on that debt, or deferring for another year, kicking the can down the road again. That is a recipe for insolvency and administration, and a cynic may think that that's the real motivation of the Liberal councillors and their allies tonight. Thousands of people participated in the next 10 years consultation that resulted in those 8 informing strategies. They told us they want excellent services and community facilities to meet the needs of the existing population and to serve the huge increase in population that must be accommodated by 2029 and 2036. 5,900 new dwellings by 2029 and even more by 2036. That's dwellings, not people, and the population will be much higher than that again. This application to IPART is for the purpose of fixing the liquidity crisis generated by the pool, addressing the structural issues with the minimum rate, reducing the infrastructure renewal and maintenance backlog, and planning for the needs of the increasing population. Those are vital to ensure financial sustainability and consequentially the continued delivery of services that our community highly values and relies on. The community consultation on this SRV, with nearly 1,000 submissions and a demographically reflective group who participated in a full-day workshop, concluded that a rate rise is not only needed, but that assets should be maintained at good or very good standards. We here tonight have an obligation to the next generation. We are required to make this decision with intergenerational equity at the forefront of our minds, legally and morally. We must make the decision in the broader public interest. Now is not the time for cheap politics and populism. Now is the time to make the difficult decisions for the greater good. I support the motion. Councillor Beregi, your right of reply.
Stand down.
Thank you. Just wait. We're not starting. Councillor Beregi, you have the right of reply.
Calls for asset sales, cutting services and taking out more debt to pay for existing debt is deferring any action to address council's financial position. In 2019, I opposed the SRV application of performance.
And just wait. Please. Pause. We'll just wait.
At the time, the council applied for the rate rise without having undertaken any analysis into cost savings or efficiencies. However, as part of the financial repair strategy before us today, council has looked into internally for savings and efficiencies. The organisational improvement plan, which is attached to the SRV report, so 3 million in efficiency savings resulting from the organisational restructure, and it conservatively estimates another 5 million of savings and then $7.25 million of savings per annum thereafter. Council is not immune from cost of living crisis. The costs associated with maintaining and servicing parks and open space have increased markedly, and this has also increased with the increased usage of what is our reduced public open space. Fuel has increased, electricity has increased, the price of turf has increased, as has the usage of all council services. So do the maintenance and renewal costs. Council can no longer absorb these increases and remain sustainable. Councils have limited ways to raise revenue, and this is clearly highlighted in the recently released New South Wales Government report on the ability of local governments to fund infrastructure and services. The report has made 17 recommendations in response to this, including a comprehensive review of the rate exemptions and concessions under the Local Government Act. As people know, schools and other institutions do not pay rates. Making changes to developer contributions to better financially support local councils to fund the ongoing costs at the completion of new infrastructure works and works deemed essential to support new development and new residents, and to find ways to reduce the ongoing cost shifting from state government to local government. Before I finish, I would like to thank the council staff. The reports are comprehensive, overwhelming, but excellent. What I would say is that the timing.
Again, I call you to order.
What I would say is that the timing of this is not in our control. It is that of the state government.
I'm calling you to order. Allow the final right of reply. Come on.
Just wait. Within the state government. In 2019, we did exactly the same happened, but nobody complained that the consultation was undertaken over Christmas, New Year. Might have something to do with who was on the council. 78. I'd just like to reflect on the demographics of the demographically selected group. 61% identified as female, 39% as male, 51% were born overseas, 35% speak a language other than English at home, 14% live with a disability, 7% identify as LGBTIQA+.
Just wait. We'll wait until there's silence to resume. Just wait. No, wait.
49% were renters, 51% own or part own their home, 78% lived in apartments, and 22% lived in fully detached or non-detached houses. 28% were couples living with children, 28% were couples living without children, 26% lived alone, 17% lived in group households, and 4% lived with external family. These accountants.
Again, I'm calling you to order.
These demographics were taken from a survey, from the census survey, to accurately reflect the society and community in which we live. This is not easy, but council's financial situation can no longer wait. The can cannot be kicked down the road. I wish you were all here when we were trying to stand up for the pool, against the pool project. When on the floor of council.
Just wait. Wait.
In 2021, I called it publicly, called it out. It was in the papers, it was everywhere.
Again, I'm calling you to order.
The pool, that case, where was in the invoice? The pool project has gone from 28 million to 58 million to 64 million on the floor of council without any community engagement. They have only just finished the demolition, which is
Just wait.
Which is the easy part. The build is the hard part. Council finances are stretched. There are no more funds. I said this repeatedly. It might be. I ask you, Mayor, to put the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. I'm calling you to order. We're moving now to the next item. Notice of motion 1. There is one registered speaker, Adam Fitzhenry.
Next on the list, I received an email saying that I will be allowed to speak. Okay.
Adam Fitzhenry is registered to speak.
Yeah. I have an email right here that says I'm allowed to speak.
On what?
on the SRB.
Well, I'm sorry if you weren't here when you were called. The item is over. The meeting is continuing. Well, I'm not, I'm calling you to order. We're not having an argument with the gallery. The next item is 11.1, notion and motion, Long Bay. Is there Adam Fitzhenry here to speak? Thank you. If you would come and speak.
Following that, thank you. Thanks, Mayor and councillors Jessica Keane and Carr for supporting for putting this motion forward. My name is Adam Fitzhenry. This motion is in relation to the visible and regular discharge of waste into the waters of Long Bay at Camaray next to Tunks Park boat ramp. As a local resident of the district, I'm a keen observer of the water at this location. I'm also an engineer and an environmental consultant with extensive experience in marine contamination and sediment management. During the 2020 storms, which followed the bushfires, I observed that there was a large polyethylene pipeline that was washed up from the seabed of Long Bay, Camaray. I'd never seen this pipeline before, but the pipeline stayed on the surface of the water for many months until New South Wales Maritime put a marker buoy on it. During subsequent flooding, the pipeline was washed ashore next to the boat ramp where it sat until 2022, when the pipeline was then severed during further flooding events. Subsequent to the severing of the pipeline, a white milky discharge was regularly seen around the boat ramp. I have been taking photographs of that discharge and issuing these to the New South Wales EPA via text message. I've also formally notified the EPA, North Sydney Council and Sydney Water on many occasions. The EPA have carried out some testing. However, they've made no investigation into the actual source of the pipeline, and they've managed to find no source for the contamination. A member of the EPA has suggested to North Sydney Council that the source is acid sulfate soils. However, based upon the rapid rate at which the discoloration of the bay occurs, it's highly unlikely to be a natural seepage event and is much more likely to be a pumped pipeline discharge. We'd like to recommend that North Sydney Council should not spend ratepayers' resources investigating these unlikely sources of the material until the obvious sources have been investigated and eliminated. The source appears to be the large polyethylene pipeline, which is in the exact location of the visible contamination. The pipeline is likely to be a pumped discharge associated with the decline tunnel from the North Side Storage Tunnel Sewerage Overflow Project, which was constructed by Sydney Water, completed about 2001, and was largely carried out from Tunks Park. We request that North Sydney Council use their influence as the local government authority from which the pipeline discharges to determine the source of the contamination and have it terminated or rectified. We request that this motion is supported to improve the local environment at a high-value community asset where children swim and people eat fish from the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Thank you for your participation. Councillor Keane.
Thank you. I'd just like to put the motion forward. What the resident is asking
Just before you do it, is there a second of the motion? Councillor Carr.
Is actually looking at the impact of the contamination and bringing a report back to council so it can be assessed. So I'd just like to put the motion forward.
On that basis, are you prepared to take a slight amendment to the wording? Because the way that it's item 1 is worded at the moment, it would seem that council has to do the work of the EPA or the Department of Planning.
No.
So perhaps it could be, and which is effectively a major cost shift.
No.
That a report be returned to council in relation to the source of the contamination at, in Long Bay Carrot.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so so after that, just for the minute taker, that a report in relation
Yeah, that's fine.
to the review, to the source of contamination in Long Bay. And then so it just seemed, as it was written, that it was going to result in, it could be caution.
No, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
It's really just getting
So-
the information back.
So do you wish to speak to it? any
No, that's
further?
fine. I'm good now.
If, are there any speakers on the item? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. That now brings us to, councillor Welsh's motion, noted the motion 3 of 25. There is one.
There's
Sorry?
one before that, Mayor. Parkrun.
No, there's a speaker.
Oh,
I'm
beg
bringing
your pardon.
forward. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Davey McDonald has registered to speak on 11.3. Councillor Welsh's motion on preventing the net loss of housing units in development projects.
Councillors, I'll start off. You should reject this motion. In 2019, Council produced such a report called the North Sydney Housing Policy, which was indeed sent to the Governor, the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, requesting approval as mandated by the LEP review process. That initiative received positive responses from the Urban Development Institute of Australia, Shelter New South Wales and Vinnie's, for example. Interestingly, they talk about in those responses how they supported the build for rent policy, which you all do not support, to your shame, especially the Labor members and the Green. Now, that report took 2 years to produce and costs close to $70,000 as a result of a grant that we were given. And it was specific in that it was 98 pages, covered density, housing diversity, housing demand, supply, affordability, and site-specific heritage. Councillor Welch, you asked that North Sydney Council investigates the introduction of a policy of planning control to ensure that developers cannot redevelop properties with fewer residential units. Is this really a thing? After all, I think it would be really hard to find any evidence like finding a flea on a Bengali cat. This is just a thought bubble. Look at Haybury, Emmett Lane. People continually extend, Haybury and Emmett Street and Emmett Lane, continually extend their properties to increase the size and raise values, accommodate more people, and I guess make them less affordable if it's for purchase. To suggest this trend contributes to a reduction in net housing supply that exacerbates housing affordability, challenges and undermines the efforts to accommodate a growing, diverse population is simply wrong and subjective. To claim with what is really just a thought bubble, preventing a net loss of housing stock, as we all can see in North Sydney, is just simply not true. Developers, like them or not, currently are heavily engaged in increasing housing stock, not reducing it. Go see Pacific Highway. I recall in 2023, Councillor Welch, you opposed the architecturally sympathetic developments of town dwellings in Holt Avenue, Cremorne, based on a complaining owner of a $4.9 million property.
Thank you, if you would.
And I will finish with one other thing.
Thank you.
Stop this vilification, and you, councillor, are guilty.
No,
of it.
I'm sorry, I'm calling
People that have been members of the Labor Party for their life.
Calling
And
you to order.
You rage at me about being an
Mr. McDonald.
No, it needed to be said.
Thank
You think it's funny?
Mr. McDonald,
This is a democracy.
this is an act of
You
disorder
are
and I'm going to
disgraced
ask that
to
you
your
leave the
progressive
chamber.
party.
I ask that you leave the chamber. That was an act of disorder. Thank you. Councillor Welsh.
Yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder? Councillor Santos. Councillor Welsh, if you'd speak to the motion.
In recent years, there have been instances where older multi-unit residential buildings have been demolished and replaced with developments that provide fewer units, often prioritizing larger, high-end apartments over affordable and diverse housing options. This trend contributes to a reduction in housing supply, exacerbates housing affordability challenges, and undermines efforts to accommodate a growing and diverse population. The proposed policy aims to address these issues by mandating that any redevelopment project maintain or increase the number of residential units on a given site. I support the motion. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers on the item? Councillor Santa.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion. I say I'm in supporting it and agreeing with everything that's in it. And I'm also delighted to see that we have some means of encouragement of DAs for erection of one-bedroom units above garages in used properties. I think this is an excellent development, and it will ensure that we have increased our residential density without destroying the great properties that we have, the heritage properties we have in our area. So I support it.
Are there any other speakers? I'm going to shortly speak in support because I think it needed to be said that this is a thing. It's happening with Waverley, it's happening at Randwick, it's happening at the City of Sydney. And the reason that it's happening is in places like Elizabeth Bay, 1920s and 30s apartments are being demolished and replaced with 20 or 30 units of becoming 8 luxury apartments. It's about retaining the character of the and the density of many of these areas. And the obvious one that I think of is there's been a succession of approvals and built apartments in Carrabba Point, for example, that meant we've lost accommodation that would have otherwise had people with families in it. And instead it's gone from 30, 40, 50 units to 8 luxury ones. So I think it's worth exploring what other similar density councils are doing in relation to the policy. And the purpose of it is to try to maintain affordable housing within the inner ring. Thank you. Do you wish a word of reply? I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's councillors Spenceley, Keane and Carr. It's carried. That now brings us to the final brought forward motion. That's motion 5 of 25, the special rate variation put forward by councillors Carr and Keane. There are 6 people who have registered to speak. The first is Lee Chen. If you would come forward. If Lee Chen's not there, Edward Barber. Peter Noble. Martin Dudley. David Ross. Or Gary Malloy. No, thank you. Councillor Keane, I'm going to invite you to withdraw this motion because in its terms, it is otiose. It is contrary to a resolution of council.
Well, I think that's probably the best solution after the discussion this evening. So, yeah, are you happy to as the co-author? Or we can put it forward and then we don't need to.
Well, if you put it forward, I'll rule it out of order because it's contrary to a resolution of council as resolved for item 10.3.
Look, we'll put it and then you can.
I'm ruling it out of order.
Fine.
Item 10.3 is entirely contrary to it.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. So that takes us back to the rest of the agenda. Item 9.1, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee Minutes. Is Councillor Berrigan?
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to move items 9.1 and 9.2 on Globo.
Is there a seconder?
No, yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Welsh. Is there any discussion?
I don't want 9.2.
Oh, if you wish to speak to it.
Yeah.
In which case,
I'll move 9.1.
9.1. Is there a seconder for 9.1? Councillor Welsh. Any discussion? I put the item. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Item 9.2. Is there a mover for the item? I'll move it. Moved by councillor Berge, seconded by councillor Santa. Councillor Keane, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do. This is the traffic meeting minutes where it's the reopening of Young Street, which I voted against in the meeting, and it's also the left-hand turn, continuous turn from Grosvenor Lane onto Young Street, which I'm also against. So I will stand with my original voting at the Traffic Committee.
Okay, is there any other discussion? I'll put the item. All those in favour? Those against? That's councillors Carr, Keane and Spenceley against. It is now 11 o'clock and under our code of meeting practice, we are required to have a motion for a short extension in order to finish the items. Is there a procedural motion? Thank you, councillor Spenceley. Seconded by councillor Antonini. All those in favour?
Yeah.
And that's carried unanimously. That then brings us to notice of motion 11.2, Park Run, councillors Carr and Keane. Is there a mover?
I'll move it.
Moved by councillor Keane, seconded by councillor Carr. Councillor Holding.
Yeah, I've actually got an amendment. Sorry, I'll stand up. I got an amendment which I did put through to Ian earlier. I'm happy to read it, or if you've got it.
Read it while it's coming.
Yeah, sure. It's the amendment is the council prepare a report analysing the extent of usage of St Leonard's Park by community groups, fitness groups and other users, including but not limited to Park Run. That the report include the impacts on the park through the increasing usage, park maintenance, impacts on the park through the increasing usage, park maintenance, other users and surrounding residents. That the report include the cost of the signage and other support proposed by the original notice of motion.
You need to take that on, which would bring a report back with costing.
I won't take that on, but I can amend my own.
I'll second the amendment. Okay, then the amendment becomes the motion. And do you wish to speak to your amendment? Sorry, it doesn't become the motion. It becomes the subject of the debate. Yep.
I think it's quite clear in the text. Yeah.
Okay, and the text is there. Is there anyone else who wishes to could you turn off your microphone, please? Councillor Berge.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I like councillor Holding's amendment because it actually acknowledges that there's more users of the park than just Park Run. I'm also concerned at the cost that is coming to this. And also there are many people who have got concerns about the growth of community events, including Park Run, and the effects it's having on the North Sydney Community Centre and other users. And I think it's important before we do anything that seeks to increase one particular group that we look at the usage of the park by all the groups.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If not, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Those against? That's councillor Keane and Carr. And that means that the amendment is carried. The amendment becomes a motion. I put the motion. All those in favour? And those against? Councillors Keane and Carr. That is carried. That brings us to motion 11.4. And I don't know whether, before you put it, I don't know whether you have seen the advice that that Transport for New South Wales are not proceeding with the night works. So do you wish to?
Yes, we still want to put it forward.
Okay, then moved by councillor Keane, seconded by councillor Carr. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'll just mention that we are aware that Transport for New South Wales have ceased the night works, which is a great result for the community down in Milsons Point. So we do still want to put the motion forward. Do you want to speak?
Yes. Well, thank you, councillor Carr. Do you wish to speak?
Yes. Madam Mayor, councillor Keane and I have put this motion forward following approaches from residents at Milsons Point who were quite distressed about the potential impact the construction of the bicycle way would have on their health and well-being. The approach to us was made following their requests for council support to oppose the proposal by Transport New South Wales to extend night works from 2 nights a week to 4 nights a week. Unfortunately, the residents at Milsons Point were informed that council was unable to assist them on the basis that council does not have authority to approve or disapprove the Transport for New South Wales project, which is true. However, council could have supported those residents. In any case, I would like to report and congratulate the residents of Milsons Point for being able to successfully lobby Transport New South Wales to abandon their proposal to increase night works from 2 nights a week to before without the support of council. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Berrigan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just concerned that when this comes in the minutes, that people won't appreciate that it's actually been done. So is it possible to put that council acknowledges that Transport for New South Wales have agreed not to continue with night works before the rest of the motion, which is really quite redundant, but if you want to keep it in, but if people are reading it, they'll think the councillor is still arguing for something that's not there. So if I could just propose an amendment, or you could take it on, that council notes that Transport for New South have advised that the proposed night works for the construction of the bike ramp combined with the ongoing noise from Ringa Freeway construction will no longer proceed.
Seconded as an
Yeah,
amendment.
that's fine.
You
We
can
just
take,
yeah,
and the seconder will take it on. Okay. With that amendment, which I hope everyone understands, it's noting that it's happened. I'll put the item, all those in favour. And that is carried unanimously. That brings us to the close of this meeting. Thank you all for your participation this evening in what was a very disorderly environment. And that brings the meeting to the close.